Chapter 334. This incomparably huge saliva was like an unforeseen disaster. With a loud boom, it smashed the ground here, creating a shallow pit with a radius of several hundred meters. The raging tornado was almost hit by the terrifying saliva. It was so scared that the wind stopped for a moment. After a moment of deathly silence, it suddenly burrowed into the sand like an ostrich burrowing its head down. Haha, what an interesting world. Eileen laughed. Reynolds, wait a moment. No matter what I do, don't make a sound. Although Reynolds felt strange, he would not say anything. Eileen seemed to see his doubts and explained, "You are at least one of my few friends. I will not let you wear such a dangerous bracelet when you go out. Besides, I am more or less interested in the other world." Reynolds smiled and said, "I will believe whatever you do." In the vast desert, sand and stones were flying everywhere. The sky was so vast that it was impossible to see the color of the sky. A young girl was limping in the middle of it. She was alone. She had no companions, no luggage, and no trace of hope. Her clothes were tattered, revealing her snow-white skin. Her golden hair was extremely messy and dry like weeds. It was obvious that she was dehydrated. The only thing that could be seen was the original beautiful outline. The young girl walked alone in the vast and boundless desert with difficulty. It was as if she had been abandoned by everyone. Or, it could be said that she had suffered a huge disaster. She had been abandoned here by everyone. But she still did not give up. She could not fall. A trace of hope flashed in the young girl's eyes. She resisted the bored smile and continued walking. Far away, there was still hope, and the thing that she could not forget. Boom! Her body fell to the ground. Her dry lips kissed the scorched sand. Her body was like a grill on a charcoal fire. It was so heavy that she could not even turn over. She did not have any strength left. Her fingers trembled as they stretched back and forth, but they could no longer support the weight of her body. "Water, water," her hoarse voice unconsciously whispered. As if someone had heard her thoughts, a gust of cold wind came from afar. It was an incomparably bone-piercing cold wind. The sound of the wind was faint, mixed with faint laughter that was sometimes far and sometimes near. "Ha ha 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 ha. Drink water, want to drink water, there is water here. Open your mouth. Open your mouth." Hee. The eerie laughter sounded like a nursery rhyme. It seemed to be a little slurred due to its lack of proficiency, and it gradually became hoarse and sharp. "Open your mouth." Elena grinned as she was told. A black and grey snake-shaped, ghostly fog snickered as it entered her mouth. Then, a golden light flashed, and a small black snake-like demon soul beast was shattered into pieces. The 10th one. Eileen, what are you trying to do by disguising yourself like this? Reynolds asked curiously as he stood on top of Eileen's head. Elena snorted and said, "What do you know? It seems that my power is too great for this world. If I don't pretend to be weak, who would want to get close to me?" Reynolds did not say anything else. "The desert here is too vast. It's really difficult to find some creatures." "Hehe, Elena, you look like a monster waiting for its prey, haha." Reynolds teased. "Shut up if you don't want to die." Elena moved her divine sense and found a human gathering place at the edge of the desert in the distance. "Reynolds, hold on tight." After saying that, her body flashed a few times and rushed to that place. Since they were all humans, Elena wanted to see the difference between the people living in this different world and the people in the king's realm. However, since they were all humans, when they saw a traveler in trouble, they would help him, right? That was what Elena thought. They arrived at the edge of the desert. Outside the desert was not an oasis as they imagined. It was just a little bit more lively. And this vitality was not brought by plants. Simple cloth tents and animal skin tents were located on the barren land. They were surrounded by a fence made of stones and animal bones, leaving a gap that only 2 people could pass through. There were not many people in this camp. Most of them were inside. Only a few slightly stronger men were wearing equipment such as bone spears, stone shields, and animal skin armor. They were patrolling outside the fence. Plop. After limping to a place not far away from the campsite, Elena once again fell to the ground due to exhaustion. This action immediately attracted the attention of the camp. However, the people inside did not rush over to help Elena as she expected. Instead, they closed the door as if they were facing a great enemy. What happened to the promise of helping each other? Under the shadow, Elena's eyes twitched slightly. On the other hand, Reynolds burst into laughter and said, "Elena, this is your plan. Ha ha. It seems that the people in this world are not as friendly as the people in your world." After experiencing so many things, Reynolds had long been accustomed to these strange adventures. If one day Reynolds' identity was an alien, Reynolds would numbly accept it. Elena frowned and ignored Reynolds. It was rare for her to be so friendly to these ants. In the end, this was how they repay her. The most basic trust between people. Where did it go? Water. Give me water. She decided to give these people another chance. If they still did not obediently cooperate with her performance, then she could only kill the people in this camp and leave one alive to understand the basic information of this world. But Elena did not want to do this. Every living person here was precious information. However, why were these informations so uncooperative? Sister, there's a person over there who fainted. Just as Elena and Reynolds' patience was about to run out, a sensible voice finally sounded from the crowd. She said she wants water. Let's give her some water. Linger, don't talk. But another more mature female voice sounded. That person is most likely a demonic soul beast. There are demonic soul beasts everywhere in the barren Northwind Desert. Almost no one can walk out alive. She doesn't look like a strong person. So that's it. Elena listened to their conversation and a flash of realization flashed through her mind. Hey, Reynolds, give me the grass of immortality in your arms. How do you know I have the grass of immortality? Don't talk nonsense. Give it to me. She pretended to cough a few times. Her chest trembled violently and spat out a grass that emitted a strange green light. A faint strange fragrance spread. Hey! That is. In the camp, a red-haired woman wearing a tiger leopard skin armor revealed a look of surprise. The world-famous grass of immortality. No wonder this girl could escape from the barren Northwind Desert that was said to be extinct. It turned out that she had such a divine item on her. In that case, could it be that she is not a demonic soul beast? Chapter 335. You did well. Callie was replaced by the scout at the front of the team. When he passed by Reynolds, he said, "In your current state, you should be able to pass the enhancement ritual. Don't worry." His expression was still cold and stiff when he said those heartwarming words. Reynolds looked at him with an equally awkward smile and said, "I've never worried about it. I won't die in the enhancement ritual, and I won't die here." That's good. Kieran nodded and retreated to the back of the group, following behind Wu Memar. Everyone walked along the steep cliff on the slanted stones that were less than 5 feet wide. The stones here were hard enough that they wouldn't break into pieces that would shake the soles of their feet. The stones here were hard enough that their heads wouldn't be injured even if they fell from a height of 500 meters. When people were staggering around here, they had to pay attention to maintaining the correct posture at all times and overcome the desire to let go of themselves. Reynolds found that the more dangerous the cliff, the more he wanted to jump down and end it all. The more he was afraid of heights, the more he wanted to throw himself into the fatal heights. This emotion would turn into self-mockery when they were far away from the cliff, which would then be used to deepen their fear the next time. Because of their fear, they would have a foolish thought in their imagination, to end their fear with death. Actually, after walking for so long, they became numb and resigned themselves to their foolish thoughts. They slowly overcame their fear. There's a sound in front. Callie suddenly said. Sneak. Everyone immediately stuck to the cliff on the right side of the mountain, lowered their posture slightly, and shut their mouths tightly. Faint sounds of fighting could be heard amidst the noisy mountain wind. Everyone pricked up their ears. Those who could use the eagle sex meditation technique had strengthened their 5 senses. A griffin. It's calling, Callie said in a low voice. Everyone took out their weapons and quickly checked them. Then, they began to move forward carefully. Although they had spent 10 days in the mountains looking for this griffin, no one wanted to encounter it now. Now, everyone was on the mountain path, which was the most unfavorable terrain. The griffin had a high chance of killing them all. It could even fly over and crash into the team from the front to the back. The rest would be left to the huge drop and the hard mountain rocks. Fortunately, this didn't happen. Everyone left the dangerous cliff and stepped onto the steep but open slope, heading toward the mountain ridge. The griffin's cry came from the other side of the mountain, and Reynolds could hear it now. It was obvious that it was fighting. The cries were filled with anger, excitement, and a bit of madness. These emotions were overflowing. There was no mistaking it. Tron held up a camouflage shield that was similar to the color of the rocks and the earth. He hid himself and the crossbow that could be shot at any time behind the shield. He hunched his back and climbed up the ridge first. Then, everyone saw him stand up and heard him shout, "Instructor Reynolds, come and see what's going on." Everyone sped up and used their hands and feet to rush forward. Ygritte accelerated and easily overtook Renault. He was almost the second to rush up. She held her forehead and couldn't help but exclaim, "Goddess bless me, what kind of creature is that?" Reynolds hurried up and saw a cat and a bird fighting on the top of a nearby mountain. From afar, it looked like two cats and a bird, but considering the visual distance, it was clear that it was not a cat and a bird. First of all, the bird was a griffin. It should be larger than the one that attacked Reynolds and then shed its feathers, with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. Reynolds stared at it and found that it was thinner. The feathers on its body were like an oversized fur coat that hung loosely on the narrow shoulders of a bony woman. At this point, it didn't have the strong and mighty feeling of the cliff griffin from before. Instead, it seemed very treacherous. This didn't mean that it was weak in combat. The griffin kept flying, turning, gliding at high speed, suddenly diving to attack, and then pulling up quickly. The smoke of dust and snowflakes of frost accompanied its attacks, interfering with the opponent's vision and hearing together with the whistling sound. For eagle-like sharp claws and a sharp beak that had become more sinister because of its greater flexibility took turns to attack. Some hit the target, and the attacks that didn't hit the target sometimes hit the mountain rocks. Reynolds saw stone fragments flying everywhere, but the claws were unscathed. This was no longer a matter of intestines being pierced. If one was hit by the claws, even if it was just a graze, it would be the same as being hit by a large caliber bullet. The two cats fighting the griffin obviously knew this. They tried to dodge as nimbly as possible, and then waited for an opportunity to counterattack when the griffin lowered its altitude. The two cats were black, which affected the accurate judgment of their size, but they should be about the same size as a rhinoceros. When they moved, black smoke spread out from the gaps in their fur, like a cloud of fog. This could have provided them with cover, but for the griffin that occupied the sky, it didn't have much of an effect. They could only jump up to attack, and only 2 claws or teeth could be used for an attack. This was no advantage in front of the griffin that had at least 4 eagle claws. So the result of the repeated exchanges was that there were many bleeding wounds on their bodies. Red blood and black fur stuck to the cold rock. The griffin squawked excitedly. It was a shrill, piercing sound. The 2 big black cats kept roaring one word, "Shoot." What kind of cat is that? Reynolds stared at the primitive and cruel battle opposite him, his heart pounding. "It's so big." "Ghost cat," Tron said. "A dangerous creature that hides at night and is good at ambushes. It's very patient and very cunning. There are many of them in the Sunset Mountains. However, such a big one is very rare. And because the place where the battle was taking place was more than 300 meters away from them, and there was a deep valley between them, Kaylee took the opportunity to check on Tron. Is there anything else unusual? Ghost cats should go down the mountain for the winter in this season. Their black fur is useful in the dark, but it's a burden in the snow. We're above the height of the snowfall. Why haven't they gone down the mountain yet? Look again. Keep your eyes open and look carefully. Don't miss any black." Tron shrank his neck and then focused on the battle. "Yes, they're protecting the nest. Under the chicken head-shaped rock on the right, I see 3 ghost cat cubs. They're so small. Are they just born? Why are they in this season? Normally, they would avoid winter. It's difficult for cubs that small to survive the cold and lack of food. That's unknown. Kaylee looked at the surrounding terrain, then pointed to the left and said, "The right looks better, but there's cover on the left. Let's go that way. It's not a bad thing that the griffin and the ghost cats are fighting. Let's wait for them to decide the winner. Tron, who do you think will be better for us if they win?" Chapter 336. Tron thought for a moment and said, "It doesn't matter who wins. This place is not suitable for fighting the griffin, even if it is injured. If the ghost cat wins, the body of the griffin will be eaten, and it will be difficult for us to get the head back. Plus, we have to worry that the ghost cat will treat us as prey. We will have to be on our toes all the way." Wrong answer. You have to continue learning. Galil shook his head and walked to the front of the team. There is no choice. The griffin will win. I only have one hope now. I hope that the griffin finally feels hungry and stops to eat the ghost cat. That will be beneficial to us. Tron looked ashamed. He looked in the direction of the battlefield for a moment, nodded, and hurried to catch up with them. Logically speaking, the griffin might have noticed them when it flew into the air. Fortunately, it was still busy fighting the ghost cat and did not look in their direction. The wind was also very helpful. It kept blowing from the direction of the battlefield. This way, their smell would not spread and be discovered by the ghost cat. The group quietly approached the battlefield under the cover of the rocks and shadows. At this distance, the human nose could already smell the smell of blood and the body odor of the monsters. The griffin's scream also became more and more ear-piercing. Reynolds was very nervous. He looked at the crossbow in his hand more than once, repeatedly checking if the arrow was still on it and if the string was tightened. In comparison, Wu Memar and Ramstein looked much calmer, even though it was their first time on a mission. Jegrit held the holy emblem on his chest and was about to recite a divine prayer when Galil stopped him. He waved his hand and then made a shushing gesture. At the same time, he motioned for everyone to lower their bodies. Reynolds really didn't expect that so many meanings could be conveyed in just 1 second of hand gestures. However, when he focused, he immediately became less nervous. Caw. The griffin suddenly let out a loud cry. Reynolds's eardrums hurt. He was just about to poke his head out to see what was happening when Tron grabbed his shoulder and squatted down again. At this moment, a black shadow flew over their heads and hit the cliff hard, then fell straight into the valley. It was one of the ghost cats. It should have died in midair, so it did not let out a scream. The griffin took the opportunity to kill it in the end. The remaining cat let out a wail and quickly retreated, using its body to protect the direction of the nest. Normally, a predator would look for the piece of meat that had fallen and let go of the incomplete family. But this griffin was not normal. It turned in the air and suddenly pounced on Ghost Cat. The ghost cat had nowhere to run. It fought back with all its might, but it was still scratched hard. The griffin swept its wings at the heavily injured ghost cat like an abandoned rag doll. It rolled and slid on the hillside for some distance before it could no longer fight back. The griffin felt that it was invincible, so it took off and left. It still had more anger to vent. The griffin circled around, but it didn't find any fresh prey hiding behind the rocks, so it flew away while chirping. It was also injured. From time to time, drops of blood and feathers would fall from the sky, but it still retained most of its combat power. Everyone looked at Galit, Galit looked at Tron, and Tron looked in the direction where the griffin left and shook his head. This place is too narrow, and there are too few places to hide. Even a creature as agile as Ghost Cat can't move freely, let alone us. No, we can't fight here. He didn't take his eyes off the griffin until it left. I saw the griffin slowing down. Its nest must be in that place. It's not far away. Well, I already have a plan. Galit craned his head and observed for a while with narrowed eyes. What plan? The griffin is southeast of us. There's a sparse forest on the slope of the valley. We'll set up an ambush there. Galit shook his head. The forest is good, but it's in the valley. There's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. This isn't a good plan. No, I insist on my plan, Tron said. Judging from the battle just now, this griffin has indeed gone berserk. We can't judge it by the habits of a regular griffin. Hunting is no longer its main desire, so the nest isn't a restraint for it. Once it finds its next target, it can fly away at any time. In that case, we'll have to keep chasing. Time and speed aren't on our side, so we have to seize this opportunity. He pointed at the sky. The wind is blowing in the direction of the nest, which is to our advantage. Setting up a trap in the forest and using the scent to lure the griffin here won't work without good wind. If we speed up, we can set everything up in the afternoon. Then, we might be able to lure the griffin here before evening. Don't forget, no matter how crazy the griffin is, it has just finished a slaughter, so it can still calm down a little. If we start setting up the trap immediately, we might be able to finish this mission before evening. We don't have a better time. After saying that, he looked at Gallet. There was a little anxiety in his eyes, but more confidence in them. Tron was already prepared. If Gal-Lai still rejected this matter, then he would carry it out as the captain. Along the way, he had thought things through very clearly. Hunting the griffin was very dangerous, so they had to seize every advantage and make use of it. The current situation was much better than expected. At least they weren't ambushed on the way, and there was a window of time to set up the trap. Then we'll do as you say. Gallet blinked and agreed with Tron's plan. Reynolds noticed that he spoke faster than usual. He seemed to be a little excited. A little excited. Everyone jumped out of cover and began to descend the mountain. Reynolds' position was between Wu Memar and Jegrit. He was thinking about the battle that was about to happen when he heard a call in his ear. Meow, as if his soul was suddenly pulled, he suddenly stopped and bumped into Jegrit. This made him stumble forward and almost fall. But at this time, he heard the meow again, from the direction of the ghost cat's nest. Reynolds, what's wrong? Tron heard the commotion behind him and jumped to the side of the road first, then turned back to check. I heard a cat meow, like it was right next to my ear. Didn't you hear it? There's no meow. But, you mean the ghost cat? We still have enough food, so there's no need to complicate things. Tron glanced over there. One fell into the valley and died. The other one was seriously injured, but still has the ability to fight. But we can take a look when we come back. Not for meat. Reynolds wondered when these hunters would be able to solve the problem of food. Otherwise, they would always turn all kinds of things into food. I think there's a voice calling me over there. I want to check it out. Chapter 337. Do I have to go? Tron looked at Renaud, hesitating. Renaud had been doing well along the way. Although he was older than him, he obeyed orders like Wu Memar and Ramstein without any complaints. This was the first time Renaud had made a request. I have to go take a look. I have a feeling that the voice is calling me. What's the matter? Then go, but you only have 15 minutes. After that, you won't be able to keep up with the team. Tron reached out. Give me the backpack. You can run faster with less weight. Thank you. Renaud tossed the backpack with food and some camp items to Tron. He also had a bulging canvas bag tied to his back. It seemed to be quite heavy. He didn't give it to Tron. I'll come back as soon as possible, Renaud said. I'll go with you. Jegrit thought for a moment and said, I can definitely keep up with the team. Besides, Renaud seems to have something fun here. I can protect him too. 15 minutes. Catch up as soon as possible. Renaud's gaze stayed on his companions for 5 seconds, then he started running in the direction of Ghost Cat. He wondered why no one else heard the cat's meow, but he heard it so clearly. It was a bit strange, so he asked the paladin beside him. Dilly, you really didn't hear the cat's meow? The elven girl shook her head. I didn't hear the cat's meow. There was only the heavy panting of Ghost Cat over there. Don't worry. Sometimes this happens. I became the paladin of the Truth Thunder Goddess because I was inspired. It's a sound that only you can hear. It comes from the depths of your soul. No one can hear it no matter how close they are. So, you might become the paladin of Ghost Cat. Hehe, I'm kidding. Paladin of Cat. Maybe it was interesting, but it was too weak. Renaud didn't think that cats could save him from the demons, so it was better to be a person who knew how to use magic to save himself. Thinking of demons, Renaud suddenly realized why he could hear the cat's meow. From a human's point of view, His hearing couldn't be better than Gally's. So, the meow that only he could hear was actually from the demon's hearing. The power of contract demons allowed them to hear the summoning related to signing a soul contract. Some particularly powerful contract demons had excellent hearing in this regard. They could hear it even if they were separated by worlds. Forked demons in their prime should be able to as well. Therefore, what he heard should be the contract call of the ghost cat. Thus, he slowed down his footsteps and listened attentively. To save them, I'm willing to give up everything. My strength, my life, and my soul are all fine. Gods, demons, or the heart of nature, no, there was no heart of nature. Gods or devils, save them. The gods did not respond, or perhaps not responding meant that they were responding. The Truth Thunder Goddess was kind and merciful, but she would not interfere with the natural process. If the evil undead created a dangerous situation, she would use her power to interfere. However, the survival of the fittest and the competition for survival in the biological world was a natural thing. She would not interfere. For the same reason, Nature's heart wouldn't take any action. Reynolds memorized the name Nature's heart and answered Ghost Cat's call as a demon. The response was completed with a thought, just as a baby could cry and suck without learning. Let me try. Ghost Cat suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Reynolds. It retracted the sharp claws that it had hidden under its body. She was heavily injured. In order to live a little longer, she pressed her wounds under her body. The huge dark figure was half hidden in the blood-stained soil. It was soft and powerless, surrounded by the smell of rotting death. Its fluffy black fur no longer emitted fog. The blood made it glossy and glossy. It even shone faintly under the morning sun. Ghost Cat was no longer a hunter in the shadows. It was just a beacon that attracted vultures and crows. This would be its final fate. Let them live. Everything I have will be yours. Demon, I'm willing to sign the contract. You can tell that I'm a demon. Reynolds stopped in front of Ghost Cat. Their eyes met. The Ghost Cat's eyes were dark and deep, reflecting his figure in detail. Reynolds looked around, but did not see Jegrit's reflection. This was strange. Are you an angel? Ghost Cat raised its tail, as agile as an elephant's trunk, and turned in another direction. They are there. Let them live. Everything I have will be yours. Let me see. Reynolds had just moved when he heard Ghost Cat's shrill scream in his soul. I beg you, promise me immediately. Sharp claws flashing with cold light suddenly appeared and swept in front of Reynolds's eyes. Jegrit yanked Reynolds fiercely. At the same time, she raised her épée and hit the cat's claws together with the scabbard. It was then that she shouted, "Be careful." With a clang, the épée pushed Jegrit back 3 steps. She let go of Reynolds and fell to the ground. Then she quickly got up. Just as she pulled out her sword and was about to fight back, Reynolds stopped her. It's okay. She won't make the same mistake again. She. How can you tell the gender? That's not important. Reynolds stared at Ghost Cat. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. Is this how you beg? Demon, save them. Everything is yours. If you don't save them, I don't want you to go near them. Get out of the way. Shut up and wait. Wave your claws again, and you'll understand what's more terrifying than death. What was more terrifying than death? Reynolds himself did not know, but this did not stop him from using it to scare the cat. A cat who knew how to sign a contract with the demon must have intelligence and imagination. This intelligence and imagination could help Reynolds convince the cat. Reynolds walked past Ghost Cat with his head held high. This time, there were no claws that suddenly appeared from under the black body. Jegrit watched this risky move nervously. Her teeth were chattering. She gripped the hilt of her sword tightly and bent her knees slightly, preparing to charge. However, she was confident that she could kill Ghost Cat, but she was not confident that she could save Reynolds, who was beside the cat. Fortunately, Reynolds quickly walked out of the cat's threatening range. He followed the direction the black tail pointed to and came to the cliff. This was where the other Ghost Cat fell. The black corpse was only a black dot the size of a fingertip in the valley. He looked left and right and finally saw another small black dot on the cliff opposite the valley. There was only one kitten left. The others were nowhere to be found. The griffin's last attack swept away the nest made by Ghost Cat of branches, grass, and soil. Now, part of the nest was hanging on the steep cliff. Although it was broken, it still held a young black ghost cat. Now, the nest was half hanging in the air, swaying in the mountain wind. A pair of black eyes looked past Reynolds and at the dying figure behind him. Helplessness and pleading flashed in its eyes. There was a distance of more than 4 meters between Reynolds and Ghost Cat. They faced a falling distance of more than 100 meters together. Chapter 338. Demons could sign a contract. It was very simple. With a flip of their wrists, they could conjure up a contract. But demons still needed the power to fulfill the contract. Reynolds was in a dilemma. Jegret walked around the huge cat and stood beside Reynolds, looking at the poor kitten opposite him. So pitiful, so dangerous. Are you going to save it? Yes, that's obvious. The voice I heard guided me to save it. But I can't think of a safe way. The black kitten was trapped in a broken mud nest. The nest was half hanging and half squeezed, and it happened to be stuck on a protrusion of the rock. The rock was in the middle of a nearly vertical cliff, and there was a fatal distance between the top and bottom of the cliff. Although there was only a distance of 4 meters between the kitten and Reynolds, these 4 meters were fatal. The old cat's arm is not long enough to reach it, and it doesn't have the strength to do this. Reynolds pointed at the expanding bloodstain under the black cat. It's going to die in a while. It's too weak. Even if it asks for help, I don't dare to agree. Only you and I can do this. Jegret poked his head out from the cliff on this side and looked at the rock below. After thinking for a moment, he said, I have an idea. Tie me up with a rope. I can jump these few meters. After I get over, I'll hold the cat and jump back as far as possible. Then you can use the rope to pull me up. Do you still have rope? My rope is in the big backpack. I gave it to Tron. Reynolds waved his hand. Tilly, even with rope, this plan is too dangerous. Look at the rock on the other side. That cliff is different from the rocks on our side. It's too brittle. You can jump over it, but the impact will cause the rock to break, so you won't be able to stand. If you look carefully, you can see the damage caused to the mountain when the cat's nest flew over. Jegret looked carefully and found the impact marks that Reynolds mentioned. He nodded reluctantly. The ghost cat's nest was made of branches, mud, and grass. It wasn't sturdy and could shatter the cliff after being swept away by the griffin. The impact of her weight and speed was far greater than that of the mud nest, not to mention the sturdy armor. It was like a ram. The wind erosion on the fragile cliff was several times more severe than on the side of the platform, which was a major obstacle to the rescue work. However, if he thought about it from a different perspective, if the rock wasn't so fragile, the mud nest would have smashed into the rock, and all the ghost cats would have fallen down and died. There wouldn't have been any rescue work. Jegret looked around the mud pit and said, I might be able to jump to. Reynolds interrupted her. Do you think the rock is very brittle, so you want to jump to the side and insert your sword into it as a support? That way, you can form a platform that can stabilize yourself and then climb over to save the cat. He shook his head. If you do this, you might peel off the entire cliff, and then both you and the cat will be pressed down. Even if you tie a rope, you won't be able to save yourself. No, Dilly, I won't let you risk your life. Then, Jegret looked at the frightened cat and became more and more anxious. This won't work, that won't work, you have to think of a way. By the way, can't you move objects with SUA? How about you float that cat over here? I'm also thinking. Reynolds squatted down, looking hesitant. The distance of the spell is enough, and the weight is enough. That cat looks like it's all fur, so it won't be too heavy. But the problem is, can't you just say it out loud? What's the problem? It can't move, that kitten must not move at all. Reynolds was almost gnashing his teeth as he spoke. The conditions for using spells to move objects are very harsh. Once the object is locked, any change in its shape will make the lock ineffective. That is to say, I can make it fly towards us, but as soon as it stretches out its legs or opens its mouth to cry, the spell will be ineffective. It will fall out of the spell's range before I can use the spell to lock it again, and then it will die. Can't move at all? What if the wind blows the fur? Blinking is about the limit. Reynolds sighed. There's definitely room for improvement in the spell transfer, but there's no time to improve it now. This method depends on the kitten's performance. The longer it can last, the closer it will be to us, and the greater the chance of success. This is the only method that doesn't require anyone to risk their lives, and at the same time has the highest success rate. No, I'd better tie it up with a rope and jump over. As soon as Ygritte finished speaking, she saw Reynolds stretch out his hand to the black cat and say, "Sua." Ygritte's heart jumped to her throat. She wanted to cry out in surprise, but she suddenly realized that her cry might scare the cat and cause it to move, and then the spell would fail, fall off the cliff, and fall to its death. The female paladin stifled her scream with amazing willpower, covering her mouth with both hands, and her whole body stiffened. However, she found that the kitten on the cliff didn't move, except for turning its head to look at Reynolds. "You scared me to death." Ygritte only then realized that her voice was hoarse. "Don't talk, I tried the spell, and it can lift the cat. Now I have to let it know that I want to save it, and it can't move. You can talk to animals." Ygritte obviously didn't believe it. Even beast tamers don't have this ability, right? "I can at least hear the cat's meow in my heart." Reynolds suddenly stopped moving, only his eyes slowly moved to the kitten's position, and then met the pair of black and bright eyes. "Your mother asked me to save you, and I want to save you too, so you have to focus," Reynolds said in his heart, just like how he signed a contract with the dying ghost cat through telepathy. "Your life is connected to my spell, and an invisible force is connected between you and me. I will use the power of the spell to lift you up, and you have to obey me. When I carry you over from the cliff, don't do anything." "Fur!" The ghost cat cub called, then stood up from its nest, came to the edge of danger, and looked at Reynolds. Ygritte was so nervous that she was about to kneel. She kept imagining that the kitten would miss its step and fall, and even made a strange gurgling sound from its throat. "Don't cause trouble," Reynolds said in a low voice. Ygritte came back to her senses, hurriedly put her hand on the holy emblem on the chest of the armor, and silently recited the name of the goddess, praying for her courage and protection. "Don't use divine spells, I'm worried about interference," Reynolds added. In fact, he was afraid that divine spells would attract the attention of the goddess, and if he was using spells, it might bring out some devil's breath, and that would be troublesome. After comforting Ygritte, he continued to persuade the ghost cat cub. "Do you understand? Your life is connected to my spell, obey my orders, don't move. When you're ready, meow twice." "Fur! Fur!" The pronunciation was not accurate, but this should be the signal, right? Reynolds stared at the kitten, and at that moment, he felt a connection. A voice louder than the devil's contract came into his heart. The voice was not a language based on words, but more like a music that directly stimulated emotions. That emotion was trust. "Sua." Reynolds cast the spell without hesitation. The ghost cat cub floated up, and then floated straight to Reynolds. The mountain wind blew, and the kitten swayed back and forth, like a cable car hanging on a rope. This kind of shaking would obviously affect the stability of the spell, but the kitten miraculously remained still, its eyes fixed on Reynolds, and its body did not move at all. It curled its legs just like that, with its tail pressed under its belly. It gave all its trust to Reynolds. Ygritte did not know when it stopped praying, nor did it know when its tears fell. The kitten floated over, then fell, and fell into Reynolds's arms. It also understood that it was saved, and rolled its pure black body on Reynolds's chest, then closed its eyes, stuck out its bright red tongue, and licked his hand. At this time, the mother cat let out a cry, and the kitten immediately raised its head, trying its best to open its mouth, and responded, "Fur? Save them." The mother cat could no longer turn its body, and could not climb to the edge of the cliff, so it could not see the situation over there. Only this one. The others were all swept down by the griffins. Reynolds took the kitten over and showed it to her. "What else do you have in mind? Do I set it free, or do I raise it?" Winter is coming, and setting it free is actually a dead end. Only by raising it can there be hope for survival. "Devil, you." The mother cat wanted to say something, but stopped. She looked at Reynolds, looked at the kitten, then reached over with her long tail, rolled up the kitten from Reynolds's arms, and put it on her lap. "I'll feed it one last time, and then you can take everything away. Ygritte, can you do me a favor?" Reynolds looked at the kitten that was lying on its mother's body and drinking milk, unaware of many things, and suddenly said to the female knight, "I want to raise this cat, but it needs a little time to drink milk. Can you go after Tron now? This way, I can squeeze out a little more time when I go after you later. I'll mark you with my sword on the way, don't get lost. And, don't wait too long." Ygritte looked at the kitten, patted Reynolds on the shoulder, and then decisively began to chase after the looming figures of Tron and the others. Milk was blood, filtered with love. The ghost cat cub was petite and couldn't drink much at all. Soon, it burped, its eyes blurred, and it wanted to sleep. The previous attack of the griffin, plus the fear of hanging on the edge of the cliff, had already made it very tired. However, before it fell asleep, the mother cat rolled it up with her tail, put it back into Reynolds's arms, and patted it reluctantly. "Fur!" The kitten smacked its lips, squeezed its chest, and closed its eyes in relief. "Pain, pain, pain, death is really too painful. I can't give it milk anymore, so, devil, end it all." The mother cat stretched her head forward, exposing her neck, and then closed her eyes. Reynolds held the kitten with one hand, took the spear with the other, and then stabbed it in with force. The spear was a two-handed weapon, and it was not as good as the soul-harvesting dagger, and the latter was sharper and sharper. But Reynolds didn't want such a soul to become a part of hell, and returning to nature was a better choice. But his hand still felt the heat of the soul being absorbed, and it was more intense than ever before. The contract still came into effect, and the ghost cat mother acknowledged the contract, and her soul became the contract demon's. That was how the world worked. Reynolds looked at the kitten in his arms, and he could only accept all of this. Chapter 339. No wonder this girl was able to come here from the wildlands where the magical soul beasts gathered. She had the famous grass of immortality. According to legend, the grass of immortality had miraculous effects. As long as one kept it in one's mouth, one would not be afraid of swords, water, or fire. Seeing this, the woman in red hesitated for a moment. She waved her hand and said, "Bring her in." A few strong men quickly ran out and carried Elena. After examining her carefully, they brought her back to the camp. Many people were very curious about this, but most of them only came to take a look and left. Cough cough, cough cough. Elena pretended to be very weak and coughed with great difficulty. When she opened her eyes, she found a delicate face in front of her with a little baby fat. It was a delicate little boy. At this moment, he was looking at her with his big eyes. Elena's expression was a little strange, but she immediately disguised it. She knew that this little boy was the one who wanted to save her. So sensible. Elena decided to give him a reward. After thinking about it, Elena reached out and pinched the little boy's face. The little boy was in pain. His eyes instantly became moist. Bean-sized tears rolled down his forehead. Suddenly, he cried and ran out. "Ha ha ha ha, so interesting." Elena's lips curled up. Reynolds saw it clearly from above Elena's head. He could not help but laugh. "Elena, why are you bullying a child like this?" Elena did not care about Reynolds. She did not have the consciousness to bully a little boy. She just felt that it was too interesting. After a while, the woman in red walked in. She did not look very friendly. Her figure was very good. She was curvy and exquisite. She was tightly wrapped in animal skin. The muscles on her thighs were very tight. One look and one could tell that she had been through hundreds of battles. Her exposed skin was a wheat color. It was very healthy. "Stranger, why are you bullying Leah?" She did not say anything nice. She looked coldly at Elena and asked, "Where are you from? Who are you? Where did you get the grass of immortality?" Elena thought for a while and said, "I am from a very distant foreign country, on the other side of the desert." Elena casually made up a few excuses. She could see that these people would not be able to walk out of the desert alive. That was why she was making up lies. I was traveling with a group of merchants and wanted to cross this desert. However, they did not expect to encounter a demonic soul beast and all of them died. As for me, I survived because of the grass of immortality. My grass of immortality is an heirloom of my family. When the red-clothed woman heard this, she felt a little strange. She asked, since there are demonic soul beasts, why do you still want to cross this desert? What's his purpose? Elena's face darkened. She pretended to be sad and said in a low voice, my hometown. Because of the invasion of the demonic soul beasts, I can no longer live there. We can only look for a new place to stay. After saying those words, Zhongxian's face darkened once more. If we don't find a new place, we won't be able to survive. When the red-clothed lady heard this, her expression gradually softened. Eileen's words seemed to have reminded her of her sad past. After all, they were both people whose hometowns had been destroyed. He would always feel the same way. At this point, the red-clothed lady looked at Elena with a gentler gaze. She said, my name is Flay. I am the leader of this place. That person just now was my younger brother. His name is Leah. He is very pitiful. Don't bully him in the future. Elena settled down in this place. She was assigned to a wooden house. The environment was not bad. Because Elena was heavily injured, Flay did not let her go out to hunt with them. This place was very dangerous. These people had to go out to hunt. They had to hunt weak demonic soul beasts for food. Elena lay on the straw and took Reynolds out from her hair. She said, let's stay here for the time being. I didn't expect that the profound mysteries of heaven and earth in this bracelet are so extraordinary. Reynolds sat on Elena's soft palm and said, the two of us are inside the bracelet. However, the bracelet is still on my hand. After saying that, he lifted his wrist and showed it to Elena. Elena thought for a moment and said, at least, I have to help you get rid of the danger in the bracelet. What do you want to eat? Elena took out a piece of demonic soul beast jerky. She used her fingernail to tear off a piece of jerky. She placed it on her palm and handed it to Reynolds. Seeing Reynolds speechless, Elena couldn't help but laugh. She said, hey, you are really like my pet. Your body has become smaller, and your appetite has also decreased. Haha. In the past few days, Elena's injuries had also healed. Every day, she would go out to hunt with the people in the camp. She had also witnessed Flay's strength. She was stronger than all the men here. At the same time, her curiosity had also disappeared. This was because the people from the other world looked no different from the people from the king's realm. Every day, they would dismember and clean the prey that they hunted. Then, at night, they would light a bonfire in the camp and roast them. It was also very lively. According to Flay, the people here were originally from a village. However, they were destroyed by demonic soul beasts. This camp had a concealment barrier left behind from ancient times. No demonic soul beasts would come here. Speaking of this, a trace of worry appeared in Flay's eyes. She didn't know how long such days could continue. When the people saw their leader like this, they were all depressed and didn't say anything. The atmosphere instantly became gloomy. Big sister, this is for you. A clear and melodious voice sounded. Elena looked over and saw that it was the little thing called Leah. She opened her eyes wide and used her small hand to hand over a roasted meat thigh. Elena didn't say anything. She took the thigh, opened her mouth and stuffed the whole piece into her mouth. When she pulled it out, only a bare bone was left. Seeing this bold and unrestrained way of eating, the little boy was stupefied. Flay rolled her eyes at Elena and said, don't teach a child bad things. Hey, big sister, you are so awesome. Leah laughed. Children didn't remember things, and they also didn't hold grudges. Of course, one couldn't rule out the fact that Elena was beautiful. Anyway, Leah had been sticking to Elena recently. Every day, she would call her big sister non-stop. Leah really likes you. Flay said, this child is very pitiful. His parents were unfortunately killed during a hunt. He has no one to rely on. I took him as my younger brother. If anything happens to me in the future, I hope that you will take care of him. Elena looked at Leah, and a strange expression flashed through her eyes. She smiled playfully and said, "Yes, I will take good care of Leah." After the bonfire party ended, everyone went back to rest. Flay also brought Leah back to her room. Chapter 340. Elena sat in front of the bonfire for a while and then returned to her wooden house. Reynolds finally had the chance to appear in the size of a normal person. He lay on the straw pile and listened to Elena tell him about the recent situation in the past few days. "I keep feeling that something is not right," Elena said. "Not right? What do you mean?" Reynolds stroked the bracelet and looked at the vast night outside the house. Elena also lay down and said, "This place seems to be only a small part of the bracelet. There are too many things I want to explore. Including all the origins of this world, including the time travel you mentioned. What I want to know the most is how big this world. No, using your words, how big is this universe, and how many such worlds are there?" Speaking of this, Elena actually scratched her head in frustration, looking really worried. Reynolds was speechless for a moment. Even in his world, science and technology could not explain the true meaning of the universe. What he could be sure of was that in the universe, there were definitely other life forms besides Earth. Reynolds comforted her, "Elena, it's okay. Isn't there a space-time magic technique here? Maybe someone who has cultivated to a certain level will be able to travel." Elena sighed unexpectedly and said, "It's easy for you to say. Now, the most powerful space-time magic master I've seen can only move in the unit of space. It's wishful thinking to want to add a dimension of time to space." The special terms of space and time were naturally taught by Reynolds. Elena lived up to her reputation as a member of the royal family. She was really talented and had outstanding comprehension ability. "Sleep, sleep. Let's wait a few more days. If we can't get anything out of it, we'll leave this place," Elena said as she turned over and closed her eyes. Reynolds also turned over. When he was about to close his eyes and lie down, he felt something tickling him under his body. Reynolds felt a little strange. He sat up and touched the lower part of his body. Elena, who was standing at the side, was annoyed by Reynolds's actions. She said, "Are you not used to being bigger? Or do you like to sleep in my hair?" Reynolds ignored her and took out a small wooden board from the straw pile under him. Elena also looked over. On this small wooden board, there were two conspicuous bloody words written in blood: "Help." Reynolds and Elena looked at each other. "Who wrote this?" Reynolds was the first to ask. Elena frowned and looked at the small wooden board. "Help." Scarlet and huge words appeared. There were still intermittent drops of blood on it. It seemed so hurried and urgent. Through the handwriting, one could see the nervousness and fear of the writer. Elena's heart skipped a beat. She signaled Reynolds to stop talking with her eyes. Reynolds was stunned and understood what she meant. At the same time, Eileen shrunk Reynolds and hid him in her hair. At this moment, a gloomy sound came from outside the window. It sounded like the wind, but also like the sound of a baby crying. Elena stared coldly at the changes happening outside the window. He placed the small wooden board in his arms and pretended to be asleep. Not long after, the gloomy howling wind stopped, and night once again enveloped the wilderness. Elena opened her eyes again. She knew that the thing was gone. "What happened?" Reynolds asked. Elena said, "Don't say anything. I'll go take a look." Elena took out the small wooden board and looked at the handwriting on it. "Help." It was a desperate cry for help. Elena looked at it with interest. Reynolds was also pondering. "Elena, could it be that Flay wrote this?" Elena revealed an excited smile and said, "Let's go take a look and we'll know." This woman was quite smart. She knew to ask a stranger for help. However, why would she ask her for help in their campsite? The only possibility was that the danger was hidden in this campsite. Elena sighed. That woman did not understand. Sometimes, death was release. Elena quietly went to Flay's tent. She was sleeping soundly. There was a faint fragrance in the tent. Elena looked at her sleeping face and shook her head. She could not bear to wake her up. Elena used her hand to pat Flay's face and woke her up. Flay immediately woke up. Her first reaction was to reach for the weapon beside her. However, she could not resist Elena's strength. Her mouth was immediately covered. Elena took out the small wooden board and waved it in front of her eyes. "Save me." Flay's pupils suddenly shrank. She naturally recognized her own handwriting. This was her own handwriting, but. Flay did not know when she had written these words. How did it end up in Elena's hands? "Save me." Elena let go of her hand and said, "I found this under my bed." "You were the one who put it there, right?" What was going on? Flay did not dare to imagine how terrified she was when she used her blood to write these 2 words. She clearly understood. It was impossible for her to do this for no reason. Could it be? Flay grabbed Elena's arm tightly. Could it be that the terrifying danger was in the campsite she was in? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Flay did not hesitate and pulled Elena's arm. She said, "Follow me." "Where are we going?" "Hurry up and leave this campsite." Elena could feel that Flay's hand, which was grabbing her arm, was trembling slightly. She seemed to have lost her backbone. Flay anxiously ran a few steps. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and said, "Wait, we still need to bring." Elena immediately covered Flay's mouth. She said in a low voice, "Keep quiet. Be careful not to let him hear you." Flay's face turned pale. She immediately understood. Could it be, "Flay, let's hurry up and leave," Elena said. The campsite was not very big. The 2 of them quickly passed through the tents and the barrier that isolated the magical soul beasts. If they continued to walk forward, they would reach the endless desert. Right at this moment, a sweet voice sounded from behind them. "Elder Sister Flay, Elder Sister Elena, where are you going?" Flay immediately stopped her footsteps. Shock, despair, terror, and pity instantly froze on Flay's face. However, in the next moment, her expression slowly softened, changed, and became numb. In the end, it became empty. She looked at the little boy, Leah, and her eyes regained their spirit. "Leah, what are you doing here? It's so late. Don't run around. It's very dangerous." Flay walked toward Leah. Leah extended her arm toward her and said in a childish voice, "Elder sister wants a hug tilde Leah, be good." "Elder sister will hug tilde good Leah, quickly go back and sleep with elder sister." Flay squatted down and hugged Leah. She acted as if nothing had happened and returned to the campsite. Chapter 341. She seemed to have forgotten why she came out and why she ran away. Soon, Flay and Leah's figures disappeared into the night. Reynolds was dumbfounded. He was in Elena's hair. Looking at this random operation, he did not know what to say. What does this mean? What is Flay doing? Elena revealed a strange smile. "There will be more fun later." As expected. After a while, the little boy, Leah, walked out of the dark camp again. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at Elena. He asked, "Sister Elena, where are you going?" The familiar recipe and the familiar smell. At this point, Reynolds understood the cause and effect. Eileen, on the other hand, could feel an evil force trying to invade her mind. It wanted to implant a new memory in her memory to replace the original one. "Elena. That is my name. My hometown was destroyed by demonic soul beasts and I had no home to return to. When I was searching for my hometown with a merchant, I was exterminated by demonic soul beasts. The only survivors were me and my younger brother, Leah. We relied on the grass of immortality to survive. In this desert, we encountered a tornado. My younger brother, Leah, and I spent a lot of effort to find this camp. Coincidentally, the female leader of this camp, Flay, was severely injured during a hunt and died. So, I replaced her and became the new leader. Because my skills are not bad. So, my younger brother, Leah, and I stayed here. My younger brother, Leah, has a habit of sleepwalking at night. Fortunately, I discovered it tonight. It is not safe outside. I have to send him back quickly." Elena almost laughed out loud. "People from the alternate world. No, are all demonic soul beasts from the alternate world so lazy and stupid? The above were just experiences that she made up. Other than the name, everything else was fake. In the end, they actually took it seriously and wanted to use it to trick her. Elena looked at the cute little boy in front of her and thought for a while. Then, she smiled and stretched out her hand toward Leah. Leah, come here. Elena had a kind expression on her face. It was as if a big bad wolf was trying to seduce Little Red Riding Hood. Leah hesitated for a moment and stood still, as if she was hesitating about something. But at this moment, Elena walked over with a gentle and beautiful smile. Leah skipped over to them. Sister, I want a hug. Leah stretched out her arm to Elena in an adorable manner. She was like an exquisite doll. Elena looked at him and smiled. She squatted down and gently hugged Leah. Then, she pinched his cheeks. This time, Leah did not cry. Instead, she smiled and rested her head on Elena's chest like a kitten. There was an innocent smile on his face. Oh, Leah is so obedient. Come on, let's go back to sleep. Elena stroked his hair and said gently. Leah's expression changed the moment she turned around. The naive and innocent smile disappeared, and a strange, ghastly expression appeared on her little face. He looked at the endless night and the vast desert behind Elena. But Elena pretended not to notice. The two of them walked through the gate of the camp. They did not know when it started, but the campfire in the camp was lit. Among them, there were familiar faces. One by one, they all held torches and surrounded him with gloomy expressions. You, what are you doing? Elena took a few steps back and pretended to be very scared. She screamed, Ah, what are you doing? Don't come over. At this moment, something strange happened. Leah, who was in Elena's arms, suddenly grew longer. She strangled Elena's neck fiercely. The strength used was so great that it could break steel. Elena sneered without any change in her expression. Her body emitted a holy light from inside out. Her arms were supported by the holy light, and she hugged Leah even tighter. As she increased her strength, she said gently, Leah, don't be afraid. Be good, sister will protect you. At this moment, Leah was stunned. She felt as if 10,000 alpacas were whistling through her heart. She was in pain from Elena's strangling. She could not help but open her mouth and let out a shrill and distorted cry. The people around were controlled by this cry. They threw down their torches and pounced on Elena with ferocious expressions like wild beasts. Boom! A shocking and domineering shield of holy light enveloped Elena's body. Everyone pounced on the shield of holy light. The shield's light became stronger and stronger, and they were all sent flying more than 10 meters away by this strong holy light. Broken limbs flew all over the sky. What a pity. I should have noticed. Elena shook her head. Elena walked toward the depths of the camp, still holding Leah with one hand and caressing her little head with the other. She said gently, Why did you want to attack me? You, who are you? You, what are you doing? Leah, who was in her arms, was surrounded by the shield of holy light and could not move. Her voice was trembling, and her body was also very stiff because of the holy light. Elena laughed out loud. Seeing Leah's cute appearance, she was even happier and hugged her even tighter. Don't be afraid, little Leah. I won't hurt you. I have something to ask you. Leah became even more frightened. From the moment she came into contact with Elena, she vaguely felt that this person was different. She had an unparalleled great power in her body, and this kind of power was completely different from that of this world. It was a particularly strange and unprecedented power. Leah was instantly terrified. Sister, I beg you, let me go. QAQ. I can be your subordinate. Elena thought for a moment and said, I don't want a weak subordinate like you. Elena's rejection without hesitation made Leah extremely disappointed. She struggled wildly in Elena's arms. The shield of holy light was slowly shrinking. If she could not get out, she would be squeezed into meat paste. She viciously stabbed her sharp claws toward Elena's eyes. Elena was unmoved. With a flash of holy light, Leah's claws made a scratching sound and a burnt smell came out. Elena looked at her struggle and sighed. She said, Don't be afraid. You just need to answer a few questions of mine. Unexpectedly, this Leah let out a roar. Her whole body began to mutate. Her face split into 4 parts like a parasitic beast, and each part had densely packed teeth. And her eyes, the eyeballs, also disappeared, replaced by dense white foam that kept gushing out. It looked extremely terrifying and disgusting. Elena shook her head and punched him in the face. Boom! Leah was directly sent flying dozens of meters away by this punch. A snake-shaped black smoke rushed out of Leah's body. Elena rushed over quickly and found that only Leah's physical body was left. Chapter 342. How interesting. Eileen licked her lips and followed the ball of black gas. The black gas quickly arrived at the boundary of the campsite. The boundary of this place was to ensure that the campsite would not be disturbed by the demonic soul beasts and would remain safe. There was a deep sinkhole here, which indicated the place where the trash was thrown. The snake-shaped black gas burrowed into this sinkhole. What was that monster doing here? Eileen glanced at the sinkhole curiously. At this moment, a black hole had actually appeared in the sky pit, which was normally lifeless and normal. There was another world in the black hole. The wind howled, and a huge red tongue stretched out from the sinkhole. Master, save me. Ling who had transformed into the demonic soul beast, roared. Her voice pierced through the sky and was extremely ear-piercing. The demonic soul beast did not dare to look back. It was extremely afraid of Eileen. Its body was like an arrow that had left the line. At this moment, the tongue that stretched out instantly coiled around the demonic soul beast. It was as nimble as a snake, and in the next moment, it shrank back. Crunch, 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 gulp, gulp. Terrifying chewing sounds could be heard from the sinkhole. Eileen frowned, and the blue armor on her body instantly appeared. Holy light flashed in her hand, and her weapon, the Holy Glory, appeared in her hand. Eileen, do you want to go down and take a look? Eileen nodded and said, I want to see how strong the monsters in this world are. Her eyes were filled with fanaticism. She stabbed the Holy Glory into the ground, and a huge crack appeared in the ground. Eileen jumped up and threw herself into the world in the sinkhole. A gust of wind blew, and Eileen successfully landed on the ground. She looked around and saw that this was a swamp. There was a huge tree on the ground. Looking at the diameter of this tree from afar, a rough estimate was that it would take 10 people to wrap their arms around it completely. Eileen walked forward and saw branches and thick vines that looked like stars in the sky. There were close to 100 white things hanging from them. They looked like cocoons wrapped in spider silk. Upon closer inspection, there was a gap in each cocoon. In each gap, there were human faces. Lingji was wrapped in one of the cocoons. This woman was still alive and conscious. However, only her head was exposed through the gap in the cocoon, unable to move. Seeing that Elena was getting closer, Lingji's face lit up with joy as if she had seen her savior. Save me. Help. Lingji shook her head in an attempt to attract her attention. She could not make a sound. What Lingji did not know was that Elena had already seen her. However, she ignored Lingji and slowly walked past her. Elena touched the thick vines of the tree. Hurry up and leave. Don't touch it. Lingji's body shook even more violently. She wanted to remind Elena not to touch the tree. She knew how terrifying this underworld tree was. This was not an existence that humans could touch. Get me out of here while he's sleeping. Otherwise, you'll die too. This was the message that Lingji desperately wanted to convey to Elena. However, it was out of her expectations. The tree could actually speak human language under Elena's touch. Hello. Lingji turned around and saw that a huge mouth had appeared on the trunk of the tree. Elena frowned. You can speak. The underworld tree shook its vines and said, yes. A powerful being from another world. Welcome to the underworld. The underworld? Elena asked with interest, how do you know that I'm not from this world? What kind of existence is this? The underworld tree said, only those who have the apocalypse bracelet can come to this world. Elena listened to it quietly. The apocalypse bracelet was created by an unknown god-level civilization in the universe. Due to the war between the god-level civilizations in the universe, the bracelet was swallowed by a black hole and disappeared. It seems that it was brought to your world. The universe. God-level civilization. This was a term that Renaud often used. Renaud, who was hiding in Elena's body, was also shocked when he heard the underworld tree's words. He did not know why this tree knew about the existence of the universe. As for me, as the guardian of the bracelet, I'm sealed in this place. To be precise, this is not the underworld. It's just a grain of sand in the underworld, a very small world. Elena enlarged Renaud and let him out. Renaud, you negotiate with him. The underworld tree glanced at Renaud and was silent for a moment. It said, it seems that the Apocalypse bracelet has chosen you. After seeing this scene, Renaud suppressed his excitement and asked, yes, it's me. Then do you know how to go to other worlds? Didn't that mean that he could return to his original Earth? I don't know. The range of my activities is only in this small world in the bracelet. This small world is mainly desert. There aren't many humans. The underworld tree's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Renaud's head. Renaud calmed down and gradually realized the enormity of this problem. That's right, the universe was so big. Perhaps the underworld, the world of kings, and Earth, these three worlds added together might only be the size of a hair in the universe. Renaud did not know how big the real universe was and what it was like. No one could tell him. The underworld tree in front of him could not. Elena saw Renaud like this and broke the silence. She pointed at the hundreds of cocoons on the vines and asked, what do you use these for? These are food that I caught. I also need to eat. In a few days, a few friends from the underworld will come over for a meal. The underworld tree's vines kept swaying and seemed to be a little enthusiastic. It said, powerhouses from other worlds, do you want to come and eat too? No need, I'm not interested in these. Elena refused. Although she said that, Elena walked over and poked a hole in one of the cocoons with great interest. Her finger was filled with a sticky fragrance with the fragrance of white wine. She stuck out her tongue and licked it. The taste was actually not bad. Renaud, do you want to try it? Renaud hurriedly shook his head and refused. Elena looked at him with disdain. Then, she realized that there was a terrified gaze looking at her from behind. She turned around and saw that it was the woman from the campsite, Lingji. This woman's face suddenly turned pale. She finally realized that other than herself, no one else here was normal. When she saw Elena walking towards her step by step, Lingji's heart was gradually enveloped by fear. She was very afraid, but there was a trace of hope in her heart. After all, they were acquaintances. A strong desire to live flashed across Lingji's eyes. Chapter 343. Eileen suddenly tore the cocoon apart, revealing Lingji's naked body. Lingji was shocked and her face instantly turned red. She did not know what Eileen was going to do. When she tore the cocoon apart, Eileen placed her hand on Lingji's chest. She licked Lingji's cheek gently with her tongue. Lingji closed her eyes. Poochie, in the next moment, the holy light in Eileen's hand pierced through Lingji's heart. Lingji only felt a slight pain in her chest before she left this world. Reynolds had been with Eileen for so long that he was already used to killing. Hence, when he saw Eileen do this, he only frowned but did not say anything. Eileen gently caressed Lingji's cheek and said gently, "Don't be afraid. This way, you won't have to suffer anymore." After all, this was a woman that she found pleasing to the eye. Giving her a quick death was the most gentle thing she could do. Her body had been corroded by the demonic soul beast's soul. Even if the grass of immortality could save her body, her soul would forever be someone else's puppet. Perhaps sensing that this dead woman had some sort of entanglement with Eileen when she was alive, the underworld tree said, "Powerhouse from the alternate world, take a closer look. If there are people you are familiar with among these hundreds of people, you can take them away." Eileen shook her head and turned to Reynolds. "It's time to go out." Reynolds was silent. The underworld tree swayed its vines and said, "If you want to be guests in the future, you are welcome. I'm all alone in this small world. It's really boring." Eileen waved at the underworld tree. In the next moment, she brought Reynolds out of the sinkhole. After jumping up, Reynolds saw that he and Eileen had returned to the camp in the vast night. "We're leaving just like that." Eileen said, "It's time to go." It looks like there's nothing interesting in the alternate world. After a pause, she said, besides, I still have something important to do in the king's realm. Reynolds naturally knew what she wanted to do. Without saying anything else, Eileen's body returned to its original size. With a thought, she brought Reynolds back to the king's realm with ease. At night in the king's realm, the sky was filled with stars. The moon was like a huge mooncake hanging in the sky, making people drool. Renaud and Elena spent their last night in a small wooden house near the Dragonline Mountains. That night, the two of them chatted for a long time. This time, they didn't talk about those serious things. Instead, it was something about literature and romance. What a beautiful night. What's so beautiful about the moon? This sentence has a deeper meaning. What do you mean? It's just that. Ah, forget it. It's a little ambiguous. You'll misunderstand if I say it. Are you going to tell me? Let's not talk about it. Ah, Elena, don't hit me. Don't hit me. I'll talk. Hurry up and say it. That's right. I like you. Elena, why aren't you saying anything? Elena, why do you keep looking at me? What a reckless fellow. Elena smiled unexpectedly. She looked at Renaud and gave him a light punch. Renaud also smiled. He thought that this punch would hurt, but it was like scratching an itch. Renaud looked at Elena, who was sitting beside him without her armor and crown. She was like a carefree girl of the same age. He was really flattered. If you're still so weak the next time we meet, don't blame me for beating you. I just thought that you were a little feminine, and you immediately showed your true colors. Say that again. The moon is beautiful tonight. The two of them chatted, and the night became darker. Renaud couldn't hold on anymore and fell down. Before falling asleep, Renaud asked in a daze, the people of the Calor tribe have nothing to do with you, right? No. Then, will you be a wise king? I hope so. I will definitely become stronger. Elena, are you asleep? Elena, goodbye. Goodbye. Elena looked at the sleeping Renaud and walked out of the wooden house. She looked at the starry sky and the huge moon, and the corners of her mouth curled up. The moon is really beautiful. After saying that, Elena closed the door and gradually disappeared into the night. It was already the third day that Danny and Lin Ling stayed in the military camp at the Great Wall. In these 3 days, Danny brought Lin Ling around the place, and Lin Ling also saw what a real war was. In fact, the reason why they came to find Hua Mulan was because Lin Ling killed someone. Young Master Murong. Young Master Murong was the youngest son of the governor of Xianyang City. He was deeply loved by the governor. This time, his death shocked the whole city. The governor was furious and killed hundreds of people at the scene. His purpose was to find out where Lin Ling was. Lin Ling, who knew that she had caused trouble, quickly went to find her master, Danny. Danny didn't say anything and brought Lin Ling to the border of the Qin Kingdom, Hua Mulan's territory. Hua Mulan and Danny had been good friends for many years. When her friend was in trouble, Hua Mulan would naturally help. Murong Heng, the governor of Xianyang City, is like his name. He is domineering and powerful. He is one of the most popular people around the first emperor, Ying Zheng. However, this is nothing. I don't care about him. Chan your sister Ling is the safest with me. That was what Hua Mulan said. This night, Danny went to Hua Mulan's tent to discuss important matters. Danny saw that there were no soldiers around the tent. She felt strange. When she walked to the entrance of the tent, her eyes turned cold. She found something strange in the tent. Someone had poisoned her. Danny was instantly on guard. She wanted to take out her dagger, but she suddenly remembered that she had given her fish intestine dagger to someone. She could only pinch the bones of her hand, revealing her sharp claws. The situation in the tent shocked Danny. The candles in the tent were bright, and the light was swaying. In the middle of the tent, there was a large bathtub half the height of a person. Hua Mulan was sitting in the bathtub, revealing a solemn face. Her pair of bright eyes revealed a look of fatigue. Around her was a sparkling and translucent water screen. Outside the water screen, there were 3 masked men in black standing on 3 sides, constantly waving the daggers in their hands at the water screen. Every time, there would be a kai-kai sound, and a hole would be cut in the water curtain. However, the hole would be surrounded by a layer of water vapor, and the water curtain would return to its original state. Dual cultivator. Dani was shocked when she saw the flickering blue flame on the dagger. No wonder the soldiers were gone. They had been killed. However, how did these guys sneak into the heavily guarded camp and find Hua Mulan's location so accurately? Dani frowned slightly. Chapter 344. It turned out that when Hua Mulan was soaking in the hot water, 3 dual cultivators had suddenly appeared before her. In a hurry, Hua Mulan, who was naked, could only form a water barrier to keep the 3 uninvited guests outside the water barrier, hoping that they would back off. Hua Mulan was not proficient in Devil Path spells and she did not have her weapon with her. However, the 3 assassins who had come to assassinate her were Martial Dao and Devil Path elite assassins. If Hua Mulan had not been in the water and used a large bucket of water to support the barrier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing that the water barrier formed by Hua Mulan was shrinking, Dan and I was secretly shocked. On the mainland, there were not many dual cultivators like this. This was because only highly talented people could become dual cultivators after going through strict training. Due to their superior martial arts and terrifying Devil Path forbidden spells, they had a very high reputation in the assassination industry. Generally speaking, a dual cultivator would be able to complete the mission very well. Seeing 3 of them here at once showed that they valued Hua Mulan. However, Hua Mulan's performance also showed that she lived up to her title as the most powerful god of war. Under such circumstances, she was poisoned, unarmed, and extremely passive. She could still hold on for such a long time in a 1 versus 3 situation. Seeing that Hua Mulan could not hold on for much longer, her pinkish face behind the water screen was pale. Large beads of sweat seeped out of her jade-like forehead. The light in her bright phoenix-like eyes dimmed. The water barrier seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. However, the 3 main attackers seemed to have used up most of their energy. They were panting and their hands were heavy as they wielded their swords. However, seeing hope, they still tried their best to wield the daggers in their hands. After all, they had the upper hand in this situation. Dan and I's right hand took out the deadly poison from Burial Flower Valley, Peach Blossom Burial. She held the powder in her hand. Once a person came into contact with this poison, their entire body would itch and ulcerate. Soon, they would turn into minced meat and be blown away by the wind. A faint wisp of powder began to spread in the tent. Gradually, the 3 people who were wielding the daggers in a frenzy suddenly felt the fatigue in their bodies increase. At the same time, their bodies felt unusually numb and itchy. They could not help but slow down their wielding of the daggers. The green flame on the tip of their swords also disappeared. Dan and I slowly walked in from outside the tent. He stared coldly at the 3 men in black. Chan-er. Hua Mulan called out weakly. Due to the lack of mental strength, the water enchantment disappeared instantly. Seeing this, Dani rushed over and hugged Hua Mulan. Ah. It tickles. The 3 men in black couldn't bear it any longer and cried out in pain. Mulan, what's going on? Dan and I looked at Hua Mulan and felt sorry for her. You're poisoned. Dani's expression was solemn. She immediately took out a grass of immortality and stuffed it into Hua Mulan's mouth. Chan-er, you. I can't eat it. Hua Mulan knew how rare the grass of immortality was. When she saw this, she immediately declined. Eat it, Mulan. Be good. Hua Mulan, who was poisoned, could not fight back against Dani. The entire stalk of grass of immortality was forcefully stuffed into Dani's mouth. At this moment, a man in black who was sitting on the ground weakly picked up a dagger and stabbed it towards Dani. At this moment, Dani, who was burning with anger, waved her hand. Blood splattered and the masked man's head fell off. It had been sliced into 5 pieces by her claws. Dani did not stop there. She waved her claws and chopped off the second masked man's head. When the last masked man saw his comrade who had lost his ability to resist being beheaded, he could not help but scream. She looked at the terrifying woman who was walking towards her with her right hand dripping with blood. Her face was filled with murderous intent. However, She felt weak all over. Fear flashed in her eyes. She shook her head desperately and wanted to retreat. At this moment, Hua Mulan opened her eyes and shouted, "Leave one alive. We'll get a confession from him." Her voice carried a hint of tiredness. Danny grunted in agreement. Then, he brought the masked man to Hua Mulan. He sat beside Hua Mulan and began to treat her poison. Hua Mulan shouted at the masked man in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Seeing that the masked man refused to answer, Danny raised an eyebrow and used her claws to remove the cloth covering her face. "You're a pretty little fox." Danny's gaze turned cold. She saw that the girl was very delicate and pretty. She had big eyes, thin lips, and a sharp chin. The girl looked at her stubbornly and did not say a word. Danny waved her bloody claws on the girl's face and said slowly, "You're very pretty. However, I wonder if you'll still be so pretty after I cut off your nose." The girl's pretty face twitched. Danny's cruelty earlier proved that he was not joking. She shuddered at the thought of losing her nose on her pretty face. At this moment, the tip of Danny's sword was already at the tip of her nose. She felt a chill. However, the girl looked at Danny and laughed eerily. "Oh no." Danny was shocked. She quickly carried Hua Mulan out of the tent. Just as she rushed out of the tent, she heard a loud explosion. The girl had self-destructed. On the other side of the battlefield, Jesse had a very bad premonition since this morning. As a veteran who had been in the military for a long time, his premonition, which was tempered by a long time of battle, was generally very accurate. It could almost be said that it was tried and tested. But now, he actually felt the same inexplicable sense of hopelessness and dejection that he felt when he was in high spirits but was unexpectedly defeated by an unexpected enemy and suffered the greatest setback of his life. This made him feel a chill in his heart. Will I be defeated by that woman today? He walked onto the battlefield with such doubts. He was even more cautious as he fought a battle of wits and courage with the respectable woman opposite him. Just like the previous few times, after a back-and-forth battle, there were casualties on both sides. No one had the upper hand. It's not because of this. Or is it because I'm old and my premonition is getting worse? When Jess led the army back to the camp, he realized that his premonition was right. His troubles had only just begun. "General Jess, thank you for your hard work." As soon as he entered the tent, he was welcomed by a handsome and outstanding man. This man was about 27 or 28 years old, and his fitting warrior clothes vividly displayed his majestic lion-like figure. A man like him should be very popular, especially that handsome smile on his face, which was enough to melt the hearts of any young girl yearning for love. Looking at this guy who was very popular with women, old General Jess frowned and said impolitely, "Tom, what are you doing here?" Tom smiled and said in his elegant manner, "General Jess, you don't seem to welcome me, but I'm just following orders. Sorry for the trouble." Chapter 345. You know that you will cause trouble for others, so you want to stay away. What an annoying guy, Jace thought to himself. He could not help but retort, "Whose order is it? I don't think it's His Majesty or the fourth princess who sent you." Tom suddenly said solemnly, "General Jess, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the dispatch of troops this time. You only know how to defend blindly, and you haven't had a decisive battle with the guards of the Great Wall. His Majesty doesn't want to see such a thing." Jace was even more annoyed when he saw Tom mention the king again. He said coldly, "Don't you know how powerful Hua Mulan is? The consequences of attacking recklessly will be unimaginable. But no matter how powerful she is still a woman. How can you boost the morale of others and diminish your own? Our Scot army is the most powerful in the world, and we have more soldiers than Faust." Listening to his nonsense that had no knowledge of the art of war, Jace interrupted him impatiently and said, "When two armies fight, it's not like talking about war on paper. You won't win just by talking. The outcome of a war is not a comparison of numbers. This is the first lesson in the art of war." Tom's face turned green when he heard Jace mocking him for not knowing the art of war. This hit him where it hurt. Because of his extraordinary skills and handsome appearance, he was chosen by the princess and had a meteoric rise. However, because he was born in a poor family, He had never received formal education in the art of war. Moreover, he didn't seem to have much talent in using troops. If the person involved had a correct understanding of this, perhaps he would not be looked down upon by others. However, he just happened to like to express his views on the use of troops, causing the old generals in the court to look down on him. They thought that this man did not understand the art of war other than playing tricks. "I am here on His Majesty's order. His Majesty wants us to attack with all our might and try to defeat the Great Wall Army in one fell swoop. It is not His Majesty's order. It is your own idea. Why do you have such an idea? You don't have the self-awareness of an official. As an old man who has served His Majesty for generations, I naturally know what is right and wrong. I am more confident than some people in the way of an official. Who are you talking about? Only a guilty person would. You dare to disobey the king's order." Tom slammed the table and stood up. He realized that he had no chance of winning the argument with this old man, so he immediately changed the topic and brought the conversation back to the main topic. "Oh, then tell me, how do we go all out and rush over like this?" Jesse didn't care at all and accurately hit the opponent's vital point. "Of course not," Tom thought to himself. "Here it comes. Fortunately, I was prepared when I came." Tom said seriously, "When I came here, Her Royal Highness told me." Jess's heart trembled. That woman had the ability that no one dared to underestimate. He looked up at Tom and asked, "Her Royal Highness the Fourth Princess sent you here to carry out her orders, right?" Tom smiled and did not answer the question, giving Jess an unfathomable feeling. Scott's tent was lit until late at night, and loud voices could be heard from time to time. The guards outside the tent knew that it was the special envoy from the military headquarters who was discussing military affairs with the commander-in-chief, but it was rare to see such a lively scene. After half a day of arguing, Jess and Tom finally came to an agreement. Tom would lead 80,000 troops and launch a surprise attack on the defenders of the Great Wall, while Tom would lead the main force in front and attract the attention of the defenders of the Great Wall. Tom, who had gotten what he wanted, walked out of the tent triumphantly, leaving Jess behind and sighing. He hoped that he wouldn't have to suffer because of this guy tomorrow. At this time, the two of them, who had their own plans, did not know that the direction of the next day was completely different from what they had imagined. When he returned to his tent, Jess threw his helmet aside angrily. This annoying guy. From the beginning, he had opposed the annexation of the Great Lake region because it would break the balance of the region and cause the defenders of the Great Wall to be dissatisfied, leading to the outbreak of a war. At this time, the defenders of the Great Wall were full of famous generals, and their chances of winning were not high. However, the woman with great power was not satisfied with the current territory and was determined to take over the Great Lake region. She did have some tricks up her sleeves and subdued the Duke of the Great Lake region without using a single soldier. Unfortunately, the defenders of the Great Wall reacted quickly and used force to take over the region first, which led to the current situation. To be honest, Jess did not want to be the commander-in-chief because he was against sending troops to the Great Lake region. However, the Scott army did not have a general who could fight against Huamulan. In order to prevent the Scott army from suffering too many losses, he agreed. However, it seemed that he had made the wrong choice. The woman, who had an extreme desire for power, did not understand his painstaking efforts at all and sent such a man. Does she think that she has a good chance of winning? Even if she mobilized half of the country's elite troops, if she does not have a general who can fight against the enemy commander-in-chief, it will be difficult to win. Jess knew that he was now old, and it was already very good that he could fight against his opponent like this. Ever since that woman gained power, she was obsessed with using power and did not pay attention to the development of generals. As a result, there were no young talents in the country who could truly hold their own. At this moment, Jess suddenly felt a strong murderous aura in the tent. Instinctively, he immediately pulled out his treasured sword. However, before he could shout, 3 people in black suddenly appeared in the tent. 3 black long swords exuded a sharp murderous aura and firmly shrouded him, making it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, the old general, who felt extreme danger, did not have the time to summon his men. He turned his body and the treasured sword in his hand danced around him, stacking it into a mountain of swords and blocking the 3 swords that were aimed at his vital points. The assassins who were determined to behead the old man did not give Jess a chance to breathe. The same 3 swords that contained terrifying inner strength and sword chi pierced towards him from the front, back, and side like a poisonous snake. Although they had not reached him, the biting cold energy cut through the air around Jess, making the old man's whole body feel as if he had fallen into ice water. Previously, in order to block the 3 swords, he had consumed most of his energy. After all, time was unforgiving. Jess could not gather his chi as quickly as before. Although he tried his best to resist the enemy's attack, the sword that came from the side still wedged into his sword net from a strange angle. A strange cold current gushed in from the place where he was hit, making him unable to perform the next half of his move. The unfortunate old man could only watch as the 2 swords pierced his body from the front and back. When the cold feeling enveloped Jess's body and mind, he vaguely heard a voice, "All right, bring his head to see the Lionheart King." Chapter 346. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Perhaps sending troops this time was a mistake. Before the bitter smile in his heart could form, endless darkness completely occupied his body and mind. It was already the 3rd day that Leah and Erin stayed in the military camp at the Great Wall. In these 3 days, Leah brought Erin around this place and let Erin see what a real war was. In fact, the reason they came to find Hua Mulan was that Erin had killed someone. Young Master Murong. Young Master Murong was the youngest son of the city lord of Xianyang City in the Qin Kingdom. He was deeply loved by the city lord. This time, his murder shocked the entire city. The city lord was enraged and killed over 100 of the commoners present. The purpose was to find out Erin's whereabouts. Erin, who knew that she had caused trouble, quickly went to find her master, Leah. Leah did not say anything and brought Erin to the border of the Qin Kingdom, Hua Mulan's territory. Hua Mulan and Leah had been good friends for many years. When her good friend was in trouble, Hua Mulan would naturally help. Murong Heng, the city lord of Xianyang City, is like his name. He is domineering and has strong martial arts. He is one of the most popular people around the first emperor, Ying Zheng. However, this is nothing. I don't take him seriously. Chan your sister Ling is the safest with me. That was what Hua Mulan said. That night, Leah went to Hua Mulan's tent to discuss important matters. Leah saw that there were no soldiers around the tent and felt strange. When she walked to the entrance of the tent, her eyes turned cold as she found something strange in the tent. Someone had poisoned her. Leah was instantly alert. She wanted to take out her dagger but suddenly remembered that she had given her fish intestine dagger to someone. She could only pinch the bones of her hand, revealing the sharp claws. The situation in the tent shocked Leah. The tent was brightly lit with flickering shadows. In the middle of the tent was a large bathtub half the height of a person. Hua Mulan was sitting in the bathtub, revealing a solemn face. Her pair of bright phoenix eyes revealed a look of exhaustion. Around her was a sparkling and translucent water screen. Outside the water screen, there were 3 masked men in black standing on 3 sides, constantly waving the daggers in their hands at the water screen. Every time, there would be a kai-kai sound, and a hole would be cut open in the water curtain. However, the opening would be surrounded by a layer of water vapor, and then the water curtain would return to its original state. Dual practitioner. Leah was shocked when she saw the flickering blue flames on the dagger. No wonder those soldiers were gone. They had been killed. However, how did these people manage to sneak into the heavily guarded camp and locate Hua Mulan's exact location? Leah frowned slightly. It turned out that when Hua Mulan was soaking in the hot water, 3 dual cultivators suddenly appeared in front of her. In a hurry, the naked Hua Mulan could only form a water barrier to keep the 3 uninvited guests outside the water barrier, hoping that they would back off. Hua Mulan was not proficient in demonic arts, and she did not have her weapon with her. However, the 3 assassins who came to assassinate her were peak warriors who cultivated both martial arts and demonic art. If Hua Mulan had not been in the water and used a big bucket of water to form a barrier, the the consequences would have been unimaginable. Leah was secretly shocked when she saw the water barrier formed by Hua Mulan shrinking continuously. On the mainland, it was rare to see dual cultivators like this. This was because only highly talented people could become dual cultivators after going through strict training. Due to their superior martial arts and terrifying demonic forbidden arts, they were extremely famous in the assassination industry. Generally speaking, a dual cultivator would be able to complete the mission very well. Seeing 3 of them here at once showed that they valued Hua Mulan. However, Hua Mulan's performance also showed that she lived up to her title as the most powerful god of war. Under such circumstances, she was poisoned, unarmed, and extremely passive. She could still hold on for such a long time in a 1 versus 3 situation. Seeing that Hua Mulan could not hold on for much longer, her pinkish face behind the water screen was pale. Large beads of sweat seeped out of her jade-like forehead. The light in her bright phoenix-like eyes dimmed. The water screen seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. However, the 3 main attackers seemed to have used up most of their energy. They were all panting, and their sword-wielding hands had become heavy. However, seeing hope, they still tried their best to wield the daggers in their hands. After all, they had the upper hand on the battlefield. Leah's right hand took out the deadly poison from Burial Flower Valley, the peach blossom burial. She held the powder in her hand. As long as a person came into contact with this poison, their entire body would itch and fester. Soon, they would turn into minced meat and be blown away by the wind. A faint wisp of powder began to spread in the tent. Gradually, the 3 people who were wildly wielding their daggers suddenly felt the fatigue in their bodies increase. At the same time, their bodies felt unusually numb and itchy. They could not help but slow down their wielding of their daggers. The green flames on the tips of their swords also disappeared. Leah slowly walked in from outside the tent. She looked coldly at the 3 black-clothed men. Chan-er. Hua Mulan called out weakly. Due to the lack of mental strength, the water barrier instantly disappeared. When Leah saw this, she rushed over and hugged Hua Mulan. Ah, it's so itchy. The 3 black-clothed men could not hold it in anymore and cried out in pain. Mulan, what's going on? When Leah saw Hua Mulan in this state, a trace of heartache flashed across her eyes. You've been poisoned. Leah's expression was solemn. She immediately took out a stalk of grass of immortality and stuffed it into Hua Mulan's mouth. Chan-er, you. I can't eat this. Hua Mulan knew how rare the grass of immortality was. When she saw this, she quickly refused. Eat it, Mulan. Be good. Hua Mulan, who was poisoned, could not resist Leah. The entire stalk of grass of immortality was forcefully stuffed into Leah's mouth. At this moment, one of the black-clothed men who was sitting weakly on the ground picked up his dagger with difficulty and stabbed at Leah. At this moment, Leah, who was burning with anger, waved her hand. Blood spurted out and the black-clothed man's head rolled off. It had been sliced into 5 pieces by her claws. Leah did not stop there. She waved her claws and chopped off the second masked man's head. When the last masked man saw his comrade who had lost his ability to resist being beheaded, he could not help but scream. When she saw this terrifying woman walking towards her with her right hand dripping with blood, her face was filled with murderous intent. However, she had no strength left in her body. A trace of fear appeared in her eyes. She shook her head desperately and wanted to retreat. At this moment, Hua Mulan opened her eyes and shouted, "Leave one alive. We'll interrogate him." There was a trace of tiredness in her voice. Leah grunted in acknowledgement. Then, she brought the masked man to Hua Mulan. He sat beside Hua Mulan and treated her poison. Chapter 347. Hua Mulan shouted at the masked person, "Who are you?" Seeing that the masked person refused to answer, Leah raised her eyebrows and used her claws to remove her mask. "You're a pretty little fox." Leah's gaze turned cold. She saw that the girl was very delicate and pretty, with big eyes, thin lips, and a sharp chin. The girl looked at her stubbornly and still did not say a word. Leah waved her claws that were still dripping blood on the girl's face and said slowly, "You're very pretty. But I don't know if you'll still be so pretty after I cut off your nose." The girl's pretty face twitched. Leah's cruelty just now proved that she was not joking. She shuddered at the thought of losing her nose on her beautiful face. At this moment, the tip of Leah's sword had already reached the tip of her nose. She felt a chill, but the girl looked at Leah and let out a strange laugh. Oh no. Leah's expression changed and she quickly carried Hua Mulan out of the tent. Just as she rushed out of the tent, she heard a loud boom. The girl had self-destructed. On the other side of the battlefield far away, Jess had a very bad premonition since this morning. As a veteran general who had been on the battlefield for a long time, his premonition, which was honed from years of experience, was usually very accurate. It could be said that it was tried and tested. But now, he actually felt the same inexplicable sense of hopelessness and depression that he had when he was in high spirits but was unexpectedly defeated by an unexpected enemy and suffered the biggest setback of his life. This made him feel a chill in his heart. Will I be defeated by that woman today? He walked onto the battlefield with this question and became more cautious as he fought a battle of wits and courage with the respectable woman opposite him. Like the previous few times, after the back and forth battle, both sides suffered casualties and no one gained much advantage. Not because of this. Or because I'm old and my senses are getting worse. When Jess reorganized his army and returned to the camp, he realized that his feelings were right. His troubles had just begun. General Jess, thank you for your hard work. As soon as he entered the tent, he was welcomed by a handsome and outstanding man. This man was about 27 or 28 years old, and his fitting warrior clothes vividly displayed his majestic lion-like figure. A man like him should be very popular, especially that handsome smile on his face, which was enough to melt the hearts of any young girl yearning for love. Looking at this guy who was very popular with women, old General Jesse frowned and said impolitely, "Brown, what are you doing here?" Brown smiled and said in his elegant manner, "General Jess, you don't seem to welcome me, but I'm just following orders. Sorry for the inconvenience." He knows that he will cause trouble for others, so he wants to stay away. What an annoying guy. Jace muttered in his heart, but he couldn't help but retort, "Whose order is it? I don't think it's His Majesty or the fourth princess who sent you here, right?" Brown suddenly said in a serious tone, "General Jess, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the dispatch of troops this time. You only know how to defend blindly and delay the battle with the guards of the Great Wall. The Honorable His Majesty doesn't want to see this happen." Seeing this guy mention the king again, Jess was even more annoyed. He said coldly, "Don't you know the strength of the war goddess Hua Mulan? The consequences of recklessly attacking will be unimaginable. But no matter how powerful she is still just a woman. How can you boost the morale of others and diminish your own prestige? Our Scot army is the best in the world, and we have more troops than Faust." Listening to his nonsense that had no knowledge of the art of war, Jace impatiently interrupted him and said, "When two armies fight, it's not like talking about war on paper. You won't win just by talking. The outcome of a war is not a comparison of numbers. This is the first lesson of the art of war." Hearing Jess mocking him for not knowing the art of war, Brown's face began to turn green. This hit him where it hurt. He was chosen by the princess because of his extraordinary skills and handsome appearance. However, because he was born in a poor family, he had never received formal education in the art of war. Moreover, he didn't seem to have much talent in the art of war. If he had a correct understanding of the art of war, he might not be looked down upon by others. However, he liked to express his views on the art of war, which made the old generals in the court look down on him. They thought that this man didn't know anything about the art of war other than scheming. "I'm here on His Majesty's orders. His Majesty wants us to attack with all our might and try to defeat the guards of the Great Wall in one fell swoop. It's not His Majesty's idea. It's your own idea. Why do you have such an idea? You don't have the self-awareness of a subject. As an old man who has served His Majesty for generations, I naturally know the difference between right and wrong. I'm definitely more confident than some people in the way of a subject." "Who are you talking about? Only someone with a guilty conscience would. How dare you disobey His Majesty's order?" Brown slammed the table and stood up. He found that he had no chance of winning the argument with this old man, So he immediately changed the topic and brought the conversation back to the main topic. "Oh, then tell me, how do we attack with all our might? How do we rush over like this?" Jess didn't care and accurately hit the key point of his opponent. "Of course not," Brown secretly said, "it's coming. Fortunately, I've already prepared when I came here." Brown said seriously, "When I came here, Her Highness had told me." Jess's heart skipped a beat. That woman had the ability that no one dared to look down on. He looked up and stared at Brown and asked, "Her Highness sent you here to carry out her orders, right?" Brown smiled slightly and didn't answer the question. He gave Jess an unfathomable feeling. The lights in the big tent of Scott's army were lit until late at night. From time to time, loud voices could be heard from inside. The guards outside the tent knew that the special envoy who had just arrived was discussing military affairs with the commander-in-chief. However, it was rare to see such a lively scene. After half a day of argument, Jess and Brown finally reached an agreement. Brown would lead 80,000 troops and launch a surprise attack on the defenders of the Great Wall, while Jess would lead the main force in front to attract the attention of the defenders of the Great Wall. Brown, who got what he wanted, walked out of the big tent triumphantly. Jess could only sigh behind him and hope that he wouldn't be troubled by this guy tomorrow. At this time, the two people who had their own plans didn't know that the direction of the next day was completely different from what they had imagined. When he returned to his tent, Jess angrily threw his helmet aside and said, "This annoying guy." Chapter 348. From the very beginning, he had opposed the annexation of the Great Lake region because it would break the balance of the region and cause the Great Wall Army to be dissatisfied, leading to the outbreak of a war. At this time, the Great Wall Army had many famous generals, so his side's chances of winning were not high. However, the woman with great power was not satisfied with the current territory and was determined to take over the Great Lake region. She did have some tricks up her sleeves and subdued the Duke of the Great Lake region without using a single soldier. Unfortunately, the Great Wall Army reacted quickly and took over the region by force first. Now, it had evolved into such a situation. To be honest, Jace did not want to be the commander-in-chief because he was against sending troops to the Great Lake region. However, the Scott army did not have a general who could fight against Huamulan. In order to not let the Scott army suffer too many losses, he agreed. However, it seemed that he had made the wrong choice. The woman who had an extreme desire for power did not understand his painstaking efforts at all and sent such a man. Does she think that her chances of winning are high? Even if she mobilized more than half of the country's elite troops, if there is no general who can fight against the enemy's commander-in-chief, it will be difficult to win. Jace knew that he was now old. It was already very good that he could fight against his opponent like this. Ever since that woman took over power, she was obsessed with using power and did not pay attention to the development of generals. As a result, there were no young talents in the country who could really take charge. At this time, Jace suddenly felt a strong murderous aura in the tent. Instinctively, he immediately drew his treasured sword. Before he could shout, 3 people in black suddenly appeared in the tent. 3 similarly black long swords exuded a sharp murderous aura, firmly enveloping him and making him unable to breathe. At this time, the old general, who felt extreme danger, did not have time to summon his men. He turned his body and the treasured sword in his hand danced around him, stacking into a mountain of swords and blocking the 3 swords that were aimed at his vital points. The assassins who were determined to kill the old man didn't give Jesse a chance to catch his breath. The 3 swords that contained the same terrifying inner strength sword chi pierced towards him from the front, back, and sides like a poisonous snake. Although they hadn't reached him, the biting cold chi cut through the air around Jesse, making the old man's body feel as if he had fallen into ice water. Previously, in order to block the 3 swords, he had already consumed more than half of his energy. After all, time was unforgiving. Jesse couldn't gather his chi as quickly as before. Although he tried his best to block the enemy's attack, the sword that came from the side still wedged into his saber net from a strange angle. A strange cold current flowed in from the place where he was hit, making him unable to complete the second half of the move. The unfortunate old man could only watch helplessly as the two swords pierced his body from the front and back. When the cold feeling enveloped Jess's body and mind, he vaguely heard a voice. "All right, bring his head to see the Lionheart King." Lionheart King? In that instant, a thought flashed through his mind. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Perhaps sending troops this time was a mistake. Before he could smile bitterly in his heart, endless darkness completely occupied his body and mind. "Captain, we've found it." Bailey Shoyua's face was dignified as he looked at Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan stood at the top of the high Great Wall fortress and looked at the endless mountains. Bailey Shoyua didn't know what she was thinking. Hua Mulan glanced at him and said, "Tell me." Bailey Shoyua reported to her the information that he and Shen Ce had investigated. It turned out that the girl who blew herself up and the other two people killed by Leah were dual practitioners hired by Duke Charles of the Kingdom of Barbaca at a high price. Since Athena killed her father, the kingdom had been divided into two. One was led by the assassins led by Marshal Zaro, and the other was led by Duke Charles, who had the financial resources of the empire. They had long been unwilling to stay in the barren Northwest tribe. They also wanted to occupy this advantageous military area. This time, taking advantage of the battle between the Scott Army and the Great Wall Guards, they wanted to assassinate the commanders of the two armies at the same time. Then, taking advantage of the chaos between the two armies, they would defeat the two armies, occupy the link of the Great Wall, and better attack the Qin state. This plan of killing two birds with one stone was indeed vicious. In this way, Scott and the Great Wall Guards would be greatly weakened and could not pose a threat to Barbaca in the short term. "I see." Hua Mulan nodded and fell into deep thought. "Captain, you." Bailey Shoyua saw the captain's increasingly haggard appearance and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say it. He glanced at Hua Mulan and retreated. In the high Great Wall fortress, the cold wind raged, blowing Hua Mulan's pink hair, which was tied up high, messy. She stood there alone, unmoved. "Mulan, I finally found you." A voice came. Hua Mulan didn't need to look back to know that it was Kai. Kai also jumped up and stood beside Mulan. His eyes were full of distress. "You. Are your injuries better?" "Well, with the immortal grass that Channa gave me, it's all right." Immortal grass. Kai smiled bitterly and looked at the woman in front of him who he admired. He didn't see himself in her eyes. "If you hadn't saved me at that time, it would have been fine," Kai said slowly. Hua Mulan looked at Kai in astonishment and revealed a bitter smile. The two of them didn't say anything and just felt the endless cold wind. "Sister Chan, those two people have been standing on the fortress for the whole day. When will they come down?" Erin looked at the two of them from below the fortress and asked in confusion. Leah stood at the side and said, "Ignore them." Leah and Kai only came to ask Hua Mulan to come down for dinner, but Hua Mulan didn't care and just stood there. Leah didn't know what to do. Ding dong. Erin was stunned for a moment and took out her phone. Leah looked at it and asked, "Is this the machine that you said can receive messages from anyone?" Erin nodded. Her eyes were full of joy. She knew that in the king's realm, only she and Reynolds could communicate. Now that the phone was ringing, it meant that he was talking to her. She turned on the screen nervously. WeChat message. "Reynolds, Erin, it's Reynolds. I'm still alive. Don't worry. How are you doing? After you killed the people, are you okay?" "That's right. Leah is protecting you. As for me, I'm now heading to the Tang dynasty. Wait for me there." Reynolds, "Oh, right. I have a lot to tell you now. I've experienced a lot of adventures, and even..." "Forget it. I'll tell you in detail when I reach the Tang Dynasty Academy. Reynolds, I'm looking forward to seeing you when we meet." Tilda looking at Erin's relieved expression, Leah joked, "What's wrong? Is that man still alive?" Chapter 349. Irene nodded and hugged Leah's arm. "Sister Chan, when will you take me to the academy?" Leah looked at her and said, "It's up to you." 50 miles away from the Donner Plains, in the Dragon Mountain Range, an army was gathered. The 200,000 orcs of the Barbaca Alliance were ready to go. Marshal Zaro and Duke Charles had united the various tribes. They wanted to annex the king's realm together. The orcs were the lowest race, but they were also the most warlike race. As long as they had the strength to spare, they would plunder everywhere. However, their intelligence was pitifully low. They were a race that was happy to be used. The various tribes in the king's realm were mainly composed of the 4 races of orcs. In addition to the bear and leopard races, there were also the lion and wolf races. For many years, the 4 races had been fighting for the throne and had no time to care about the external environment. All of this changed after he took control of the Lion clan. Under the leadership of Arthur, the Lion race unified the Orc alliance. All 4 races were under the Lion flag. Arthur ascended the throne of the Orc alliance and was known as the Lionheart King Arthur. This army was composed of the bear and leopard races of the Orcs. The bear race had 130,000 soldiers, and the chief general was the number 1 warrior, Hans. The leopard race had 70,000 soldiers, and the chief general was Bella, who had the reputation of being one of the 3 female generals. A military meeting was being held in the middle of the camp. As Hans listened to the beautiful female General Bella's speech, his pair of bear-like eyes lingered on her beautiful and sexy body. The self-proclaimed hero Hans had been pursuing Bella. This was a well-known fact in the Orc alliance. He even publicly announced, "Whoever dares to compete with him for Bella will have their legs broken." This sentence scared a large number of Bella's suitors. After all, Hans's skills were superb. Except for a few people in the alliance, no one was his match. At this time, the military meeting was coming to an end. Bella frowned and stared at Hans, who had been looking at her, and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Hans hurriedly said, "Your order is my order. You have the final say." After saying that, he revealed a smile that he thought was cool. Bella rolled her eyes at him and reprimanded, "You don't have to court me." Hans, who had been given the cold shoulder, smirked. The generals in the tent were secretly laughing in their stomachs, but on the surface they had to painstakingly hold it in, acting as if nothing had happened. After all, it would not be worth it to anger Hans. If it were any other woman, Hans might have already forced himself on her, because the tradition of the beast men was to be strong and powerful. However, Bella's strength was not below his, so even if he was reprimanded by Bella, there was nothing he could do. Gradually, Hans got used to Bella's cold face. Being scolded by her was also a special feeling. Hans secretly comforted her, "She doesn't need to scold others. Hitting is a sign of affection, scolding is a sign of love. This means that he's interested in me. Every day, he would improve a little bit." With this belief in his heart, Hans carried on with his chasing after a beauty plan. Bella said coldly, "All right. And so I went to deal with Scott's army. You'll be in charge of the Great Wall garrison army." Hans thought for a moment and said, "That's not good. There are many guards at the Great Wall, so let me go. Your army is too small." Bella curled her lips and said, "Our leopard tribe's combat strength far surpasses your bear tribe's. You should be careful of the Great Wall garrison army. Their commander is the number 1 general of the war god, Huamulan." Hans waved his big hairy hand and said indifferently, "Don't worry, she might have already been killed. Besides, if she's still here, I want to see how powerful this Huamulan is." At this point, Hans grabbed the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Then, he wiped his lips with the back of his hand and said, "Beautiful war god, watch me capture her and turn her into a beautiful war slave." His subordinates all laughed lewdly and began to flatter him. Bella looked at these lecherous fellows with disgust and slammed the table. She shouted, "Enough. Everyone, get ready to set off." Hans, who had left the tent, took a few steps and saw that Bella was already far away under the escort of a few leopard generals. He called out to his subordinates, "You guys go and prepare first. I want to relax." A knowing smile appeared on the rough faces of the bear generals beside him. Hans patted one of them on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Make it well. I'll let you guys have a taste later." "Thank you, sir." The few bear generals replied excitedly. Hans strode to the front of a heavily guarded tent, and the bear soldier standing guard hurriedly raised his gun and saluted him. Nodding his head slightly, Hans opened the sealed tent door and walked in. Soon, the sound of women crying, begging for mercy, struggling, and Hans's rough laughter could be heard from inside. Standing at the entrance of the tent, the guards were listening to the noises inside enviously. They knew that their commander was enjoying the beauties of the human race. At the thought that they would have a chance to taste the taste of human girls when they set out for the Great Wall area this time, they couldn't wait to set out. "General, the troops are ready." 3 bear generals entered the tent and reported to their commander. "Please give the order to set off. Before we set off, let's have some fun." Hans, who was satisfied, generously allowed his subordinates to have a taste. After venting their bestial desires, the bear generals left the women, who were like broken toys. They left the tent and led the bear soldiers out energetically. They hoped for more victories so that they could plunder more women. With this goal in mind, the 130,000 bear soldiers embarked on an unknown journey. At this moment, they were full of confidence. The human soldiers couldn't withstand a single blow from them. This was a clear understanding from their previous plundering of the Great Wall. Although they were facing the powerful guards of the Great Wall this time, it was the first time the Beastmen had mobilized such a large army. Thinking of the upcoming battle, the Beastmen's fighting spirit began to boil. A few days after Athena left, Reynolds began his journey to the Tang Dynasty Academy alone. With the map that Jiao Chan gave him, he wouldn't get lost. A phone with unlimited battery was really a good thing. Reynolds sent a message to Lin Ling. Seeing that she didn't reply, he didn't say anything else. He placed the phone in the Apocalypse bracelet. Through Athena's teachings, he could almost use some of the Apocalypse bracelet's strange abilities. For example, storage items. There were also unknown powerful abilities. The bracelet was a different world and could store countless things. Not to mention a phone, it might even be enough to store the entire Earth. Recently, he had been living in a small village near the mountains. He stayed in a different person's house every day. Due to Reynolds's purifying physique, the people in the village mistook him for a miracle doctor. Therefore, he was also warmly welcomed by the village. Chapter 350. However, a strange thing happened recently. And it happened one after another. It started 3 days ago. Lei Nuo heard it from the people in the village. In a family in the village, the husband was in charge of going up the mountain to chop firewood while the wife was in charge of cooking at home. That day, the husband went up the mountain to chop firewood and met a naked woman with long hair passing by. This beauty's skin was as white as snow, but for some reason, her body was not covered by any clothes. Her long black hair was smooth and straight, covering her private parts. She had a petite figure and a cute cherry-like mouth. This made the husband stare straight at her. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the mountains? He followed her all the way to a small wooden house. After watching the woman go in, he found that she was alone in the house, so he rushed in with burning desire. After that, the husband was satisfied, so he hugged the beauty and asked her why she was naked. The woman cried and said that the weather was hot and she wanted to go to the river to take a bath. She did not expect that when she went ashore, she did not want to be seen by him. "Now, I'm yours. You have to be responsible for me." The husband was even more delighted when he heard this and made an appointment to come again next time. The next time they came, it could be said that the two of them were preparing to shamelessly have sex with each other. Suddenly, the woman covered her chest and cried out in pain. The husband hurriedly asked what was wrong. The woman said that she had a strange disease since she was young and could not be with men. Once it happened more than twice, her heart would hurt so much that she would die. Only by eating a woman's finger could she be saved. How could there be a woman's finger on the mountain? If she started to have an attack now, she might die soon. The husband heard this and said, "I was just about to come. Why did you have an attack? This is so uncomfortable." But when he saw that the woman was beautiful and pitiful, he comforted her and said, "I have a way. Wait for me." The husband hurried back home. His wife asked what happened. The husband stammered and said that he met an old lady on the mountain to chop firewood and wanted to help her home. But on the way, she had an attack and said that she needed a woman's finger to cure the disease. He did not want to care, but he was afraid that if she died, it would be blamed on him. He did not know what to do. After the wife heard this, she did not say a word. She went to the kitchen and chopped off her right little finger. She said, "Saving people is a good thing. It doesn't matter if I lose a finger." The husband was ashamed, but he was also very excited. When he thought of the beauty in the cottage on the mountain, he did not care about anything else and directly went out, leaving his wife alone to bandage his wound. The husband went up the mountain and gave his little finger to the woman. The woman hurriedly stuffed it into her mouth and chewed it like rain after a long drought. She looked strange and disgusting. Blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth, but she looked so seductive. Thus, the husband and the woman rolled into bed. After that, the woman asked him, "This finger belongs to your wife, right?" The husband was shocked and asked her how she knew. The woman smiled proudly. "Only your wife would love you so much. She would believe whatever you said. But don't come next time, or I'll have another relapse. Unless, if you come next time, you have to prepare a finger first." The husband was indignant and was lectured by her. But after 2 or 3 months, he began to feel unbearable. His wife at home was not beautiful at all. If she lost a finger, she would be a disabled person. He could not help but feel disgusted. So one day, he finally could not help lying to his wife. He said that he went up the mountain a few days ago and did not expect that the old grandma's old illness would relapse. The doctor said that one finger was not enough to be the guiding drug, so he needed another one. He asked his wife to help him. The wife could not believe it, but she could not stand her husband's pleas. So, she cut off another finger for him. However, after the husband left, she endured the pain and followed him. She did not expect to see her husband hiding a woman on the mountain. He even took out his finger for the woman to eat. Seeing the woman eating her finger raw, the wife was frightened and screamed. She was discovered by the two of them. The husband anxiously knocked his wife out and dragged her to the back room. Then, he continued to have fun with the beauty. After so many months, it was not enough for one time. He might as well go all the way and cut off another finger of his wife's. The wife woke up from the pain and saw that her whole body was tied up. There were only 7 fingers left. Outside, there was the sound of the husband and the woman having fun. As soon as the two of them stopped, the husband would appear in front of her and cut off one of her fingers. She could not figure out how it became like this. It was simply hell on earth. She fainted and woke up from the pain again and again. Later, her husband took a bigger knife and cut off 3 of his wife's fingers at once. He even said that he was doing it for her own good. It was better to have a short pain than a long pain. If he cut off 3 fingers at once, she would suffer less twice. The two of them had sex outside. When they did not know whether it was day or night, the wife broke out with her greatest strength and finally broke free from the rope. She stumbled out from the back door and lay down by the river. Looking at her hands, she had been treated inhumanely for the past few days. She only had 2 fingers left on both hands. What was the point of living? So, she plunged into the river and committed suicide by jumping into the river. The beastly husband did not know that his wife had escaped. He felt that these days were the best days of his life. With the beauty in his arms, she used the tip of her finger to draw circles on his chest. She said coquettishly, "I've eaten all your fingers. I'm not going to do it again in case I lose my life. Beauty, what are you afraid of? My wife still has 2 fingers. Let's do it first. I'll go get them later, you're so annoying." After it was over, the husband went to the back room with satisfaction and prepared to cut off his fingers. He did not expect that his wife had disappeared. He was shocked. Oh no! The woman had run away. When the beauty heard this, she was even more frightened. Her angina disease had started again. The husband said, "Wait, I'll take the knife. She can't have run far. I'll chase after her." The beauty smiled sinisterly. "It's okay, there's no need. I still have a way to treat her illness." When the beauty looked up, her whole face was wrinkled and her fangs were exposed. She suddenly became very strong and knocked the husband unconscious. Then, she tied him up and used her teeth to bite off one of his fingers. The husband cried out in pain and said, "Can't you only eat a woman's fingers to treat your illness?" Yes. But if he really could not find a woman, eating 10 of a man's fingers could offset the pain. At this time, the beauty was no longer a beauty. Because she could not eat a woman's fingers, she had revealed her true form. She was a humanoid monster. She bit off a finger and chewed slowly. She looked at the man and smiled. Then, she bit off another finger. The man was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He screamed loudly, but no one passed by this small wooden house. The monster cursed as she ate the finger. Indeed, the fingers of unfaithful men did not taste good. It seemed like she had to change places. Chapter 351. After more than 10 days, a villager went up the mountain to chop firewood. He saw a small wooden house and wanted to rest, but he didn't expect to find a nameless male corpse. His 10 fingers were missing, his face was hideous, and he died from excessive blood loss. The woodcutter was scared half to death. "You must save us, husband and wife. We don't want to go up the mountain and meet a monster." On this day, Reynolds stayed with a hunter couple. The hunter's name was Baron. He was passionate and bold. After Reynolds cured him of the venom of a poisonous snake bite while hunting, he regarded Reynolds as his savior. Reynolds said, "Don't worry, I will go up the mountain today. You don't have to go hunting today." This was something Reynolds had decided to do. He wanted to see how powerful that monster was. At the same time, he had another purpose. He wanted to try out the new function of the Apocalypse bracelet. Reynolds, who had made his decision, chose a sunny day to go up the mountain. Without Athena by his side, his confidence was not as strong as before. He had lost a powerful backer, so he had to be extremely cautious. The mountain range near the village was incomparably desolate. It was called the Great Liang Mountain. Passing through a forest, Reynolds saw a strange phenomenon. An old granny was hobbling in the mountains with a walking stick in her hand. Reynolds was very curious. He carefully looked at the old granny not far away. She was walking with unusual difficulty. Reynolds hesitated whether to go up and ask her. At this time, the old granny seemed to have tripped on a branch and fell to the ground with a cry of ouch. Reynolds frowned and decided not to bother with her. It had been a few months since he came to the king's realm. Here, Reynolds had seen too many adventures and also saw the sinister people's hearts. Just as he was about to take a step forward, Reynolds heard the old granny who fell down shouting for help. "Young man! Ouch! Please come and help me. Ouch, it hurts so much." Reynolds sighed, turned around, and walked toward the old granny. At the same time, he hid the Apocalypse bracelet in his sleeve. Reynolds walked closer and found that the old granny's hair was white and her face was full of wrinkles. Looking carefully, it turned out that she had stepped on a huge animal trap. And this trap seemed to have experienced a lot of wind and rain. It was rusty and the 2 rows of sawtooth were dull. Otherwise, such a huge trap would have snapped the old granny's leg. "Are you okay?" Reynolds squatted down and looked at her. At the same time, he was secretly on guard. If there was anything strange about this person, then he would let her have a taste of the Apocalypse bracelet's power. "Young man, help me get rid of this clamp, then carry me back. I will reward you." Looking at the pitiful appearance of the old granny in front of him, Reynolds's heart softened, and he removed the clip on her leg. Then, he carried her on his back. It wasn't very heavy. "Old man, do you live on the mountain? Are you alone?" Reynolds asked tentatively. "I'm not alone. I have a daughter." They took refuge in the mountain hut. "Take refuge?" The old lady sighed and said, "The war has been chaotic recently. I feel that everywhere, as long as there are people, there will be war. In order to escape the war, we moved to the mountains." After a pause, the old lady asked curiously, "Young man, you don't look like someone from here. How did you end up in such a deep forest?" Reynolds was silent for a moment before he said, "Do you know that a monster has appeared on the mountain recently?" The old lady was shocked and shouted, You, could it be that you are that monster? Save me, save me." Reynolds jumped in fright and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He explained, "I'm not a monster. I'm just curious. I'm a villager from the village at the foot of the mountain. A few days ago, a couple in the village was bewitched by a monster and both died." The old lady calmed down and said, "That's too scary." Reynolds was slightly relieved when he saw this. At least, from the old lady's reaction, she wasn't that monster. She should be considered a normal person. Reynolds thought so and quickened his pace at the same time. In less than 2 hours, Reynolds saw a small house in the forest. It seemed to be built with wooden planks. "Old man, is that your house in front?" The old lady nodded and was somewhat happy. At the same time, she laughed out loud. "Young man, that's right. That's my house in front. My daughter should be back too." "Your daughter?" The old lady said, "My daughter Hertz is a hunter. We usually hunt for prey in this mountain forest for a living. Sometimes, we go down the mountain to exchange for food with the villagers." Reynolds was silent and sent the old lady into the house. "Mother, you're back?" A girl appeared in the house. She looked delicate and pretty, but her clothes were somewhat tattered. "Hertz, I'm back." Hertz saw Reynolds and her eyes revealed a trace of strangeness. She asked, "Mother, he is?" The old lady smiled and invited Reynolds into the house. She closed the door and said, "Daughter, how long has it been since the two of us ate meat?" Reynolds was shocked and looked at the old lady. Hertz looked at the old lady and smiled. Her delicate face revealed a twisted smile that didn't conform to common sense. She said, "Mother, I don't know either. Hihi, at this time, there are still humans who don't know life and death going up the mountain." Reynolds was stunned for a moment and secretly patted his head regretfully. Yes, he should have thought of it earlier. How could there be a living person in this deep mountain forest? This old lady suddenly changed. The veins on her body bulged and her muscles grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a ripping sound, her clothes were torn and her disgusting body was revealed. Hertz's delicate and pretty face instantly flushed red. In an instant, all the muscles on his body bulged, and his face was so distorted that it looked like boiling lava. "Young man, you're really delicious. You're really kind. Mother, I want to eat his face." The corner of Reynolds's eye twitched. "You want to eat my face? You really don't know." Looking at the big and small monsters pouncing towards him, Reynolds secretly condensed his spiritual energy. Punishment. In an instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as a wrist fell from the sky. With a rumbling sound, the small wooden house was instantly split into pieces. Reynolds dodged and rushed out of the house the moment it collapsed. Hee. This human is also a gifted person. Then wouldn't it be even more delicious? Hee. Reynolds took a look and realized that his lightning strikes did not seem to have any effect on these monsters. At this time, the two monsters rushed towards Reynolds with sinister expressions. Reynolds sighed and revealed his bracelet. Heavens opening, underworld path open. A crescent-shaped crack appeared in the sky without warning. Chapter 352. The crack was like a small universe. It was dark, mysterious, and vast. "You. Who are you?" Seeing this, the two monsters finally showed an expression of fear. Reynolds smiled and said, "Go to the netherworld and stay there." After that, the crack suddenly expanded. A strong gravitational force sucked the two monsters in. Then, the crack disappeared. The sun rose, dispersing the mist that covered the plains. The guards of the Great Wall had already gotten into formation, forming a solid formation in an orderly manner. Trainer, who was wearing rainbow armor, stood in the formation with a giant sword on his back. He watched Diao Chan and Lin Ling leave. It was time to leave. Diao Chan was going to the Tang dynasty, and Lin Ling was going to the top school there. Trainer had advised Diao Chan that no matter where they were, there would be traces of soldiers. Although Diao Chan was strong, Mulan was still afraid that Diao Chan would be ambushed by arrows and spears on the battlefield. However, Diao Chan was determined to leave. Mulan had no choice. Although she was reluctant, she still had to do what was in front of her. The Great Wall Guards finally started fighting with the Scott Army and the Orc Alliance. "Giddy up!" Trainer shouted and urged his mount forward. One man against the pass. Hearing the familiar neigh, all the soldiers of the Great Wall Guards were invigorated. Over the years, along with this familiar voice, the defenders of the Great Wall had swept through thousands of troops. Every soldier worshipped General Mullen like a god. As long as they saw the fluttering flag, they would firmly believe that victory would belong to them. They were the first to call her the beautiful goddess of war. Traynor turned to look at the Scot army camp in the distance. The camp was shrouded in silence. The Scot army did not seem to want to fight the enemy. I hope the old man is safe too. Although they were opponents, Traynor still respected Jays. There are enemies behind us. A scout came to report. 8 miles ahead, the vanguard of the Orc Alliance army appeared. Traynor calmly ordered, "Turn back." Her order was passed down by the cavalry who were galloping away. The huge formation of the Great Wall Guards began to move like water. The timing was calculated very accurately. When a large number of vanguard troops appeared in their field of vision, the front of the Great Wall defenders was just right in front of the soldiers that were swarming forward. Meanwhile, chaos broke out in the Orc Alliance's camp in the distance. Flames could be faintly seen everywhere, and shouts of killing could be heard. The bear soldiers among the beast men were almost all infantrymen. All of them were burly and ferocious-looking, and they were taller than the guards of the Great Wall by half. In addition, their skin was thick and their muscles were thick, and they had great strength. They walked as if they were flying. Shouting like this and rushing forward, the momentum was extremely terrifying. If he hadn't made any preparations beforehand, he would have been flustered and frightened. Moreover, their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already rushed to the front of the Great Wall defenders. The defenders of the Great Wall were prepared for this. They did not panic, and the archers at the front of the formation gave the Orc Alliance a fierce rain of arrows. After releasing the arrows, the soldiers retreated, while the heavy infantrymen behind them moved forward in an orderly manner. Their huge shields reflected the rising sun, flashing with a dazzling light. The bear soldiers at the front of the formation were baptized by the arrows. They screamed and fell, but the ones at the back continued to charge forward without fear of death. Some of the lightly injured bear soldiers still had arrows stuck in their bodies and continued to charge forward. The strength of the Orc Alliance was evident. They all waved the weapons in their hands fanatically and roared, trying their best to get closer to Faust's camp. They knew in their hearts that as long as they could reach the enemy, they would be defeated. Seeing the orcs charging forward without fear of death, Traynor sneered and said with contempt, "A bunch of brainless fellows. They had such strong soldiers, but a mistake by their commander would cause them to lose." She calmly mobilized the army and continued to attack the enemy. The magicians, who had been gathered together, also began to attack the orcs under the protection of the heavy infantrymen. This was one of Traynor's innovations. He gathered the magicians that were originally scattered in the army. The more magicians chanted together, the more powerful the magic would be, and the more damage it would cause to the enemy. Countless terrifying fireballs and lightning danced above the orcs' heads. These were the things that the orcs were most afraid of. Every time the magicians of the Great Wall Army chanted an incantation, a large number of orcs would fall. Traynor knew that he couldn't let the orcs get close to his army. This was because the orcs were far stronger than the orcs. In hand-to-hand combat, a few orcs might not be able to defeat a single bear soldier. However, under such long-range attacks, very few bear soldiers could reach the front of the Great Wall Army. As a result, even if they could reach the front of the Great Wall Army, they would be quickly killed under the siege of the many Great Wall Army soldiers. An hour later, Skyhammer finally understood that the guards of the Great Wall Army were not the kind of humans that would fall into chaos at the slightest scare as he had imagined. Rushing forward like this was simply suicide. Moreover, the formation of the entire army was already in chaos. He couldn't even give out effective orders. He thought of reorganizing the army, so he gave the order to retreat. Following the ear-piercing sound of the bone flute from the orcs' formation, the bear soldiers, who were already frightened, turned around and ran back like an ebbing tide. Unexpectedly, Traynor was waiting for this opportunity. With a command, the heavy infantry at the front stepped aside, and the cavalry at the back rushed out, killing the beastmen from behind. They killed until the beastmen who had lost their fighting spirit threw away their helmets and armors. They were battered and exhausted, and only after retreating 10 miles did they stabilize themselves. Skyhammer was so angry that he flew into a rage. He desperately ordered his troops to hold on and began to organize a counterattack. An hour after the start of the battle, both sides entered a tug-of-war. However, under Trainer's clever command, the Orcs' formation was flexible and they slowly gained the upper hand. A few hours later, the Orcs suffered heavy casualties and their formation gradually shrank. If this continued, the Orcs' defeat was certain. Skyhammer fiercely ordered, "Retreat!" Unwillingness, anger, lust. They exploded in Skyhammer's heart. He couldn't wait to chop Trainer into minced meat and eat him. However, in the current situation, no matter how slow he was, he could see that his side was at a great disadvantage. If they didn't retreat, they would be in danger of being wiped out. Skyhammer's face was dark as he spurred his horse and led tens of thousands of defeated soldiers to retreat. A day later, Skyhammer's bear soldiers were already exhausted. Not only were they defeated by Trainer's Orcs, but they had also used up all their food. Chapter 353. At this moment, Tian Chui's subordinates are tired and hungry. Open your eyes wide and let me see if there are any villages or towns nearby. Go in and recover your strength, Tian Chui orders. In fact, he is also very tired and urgently needs food and water. Report. There is smoke ahead. It should be a village. Tian Chui is overjoyed and roars, "All soldiers listen to my orders. Raise your spirits. Let's start working." The dispirited faces of the bear soldiers reveal joy. If there is a village, there will be food, water, and even women. Thinking of this, they increase their speed and rush towards the village. Reynolds descends the mountain. His mind is somewhat absent-minded. Maybe it is because of the usage of the Apocalypse bracelet. Every time he uses it, it will consume a large amount of mental power and divine sense. "I have to quickly become stronger," Reynolds mutters in his heart. At the same time, he turns around to look at the Daliang mountain behind him. There might be countless demons and monsters on the mountain. The people in the village basically go up the mountain to hunt and chop firewood for a living. If he does not notice the future troubles, then the people in the village will never be at peace. A thought suddenly flashes in Reynolds's mind and immediately gives him a fright. If he absorbs the entire Daliang mountain into the underworld in his bracelet, is it possible? Reynolds suddenly becomes excited, but in the next moment, he quickly calms down. Absorbing 2 demons made his mental power somewhat absent-minded. If he absorbs this incomparably huge and endless Daliang mountain in front of him, wouldn't it be? Reynolds ponders for a moment and decides to give up on this possibility. In a few hours, Reynolds returns to the village. Outside the village, Reynolds can see the smoke and flames in the village. Reynolds is alarmed and knows that things are not good. He quickly rushes towards the village. "Kill. Kill for me. Ha ha ha." Tian Chui leads the bear soldiers and starts a massacre. All the bear soldiers ride their horses and crazily kill in the village. The villagers wail incessantly as everyone cries and shouts. It seems that the massacre has just begun. Waves of miserable cries resound. The bear soldiers take pleasure in riding their horses to chase after the humans. First, they let the humans run a few hundred meters before urging their mounts to chase after them. There are also some bear soldiers who are too hungry. They directly tear the humans in half and swallow them into their stomachs. How can the humans who are less than 2 meters in size fight against the bear soldiers who are more than 2 meters tall? No one knew who started the fire, but the village was gradually engulfed in flames. "Ha ha. Go find a woman for me." Skyhammer chewed on a piece of meat that had just been torn off. There was still fresh blood on it. Reynolds's head exploded with a boom. He had never seen such a direct and shocking scene. "Brother, save me." Reynolds was shocked to find a child covered in blood running out of the village. Upon closer inspection, the child's ear had been chopped off, and a piece of flesh had been torn off his shoulder. Without waiting for Reynolds to support him, The child had already fallen to the ground, dead. Reynolds only felt hot blood rushing to his head, as if he had never been so angry before. No one in the village had ever experienced such a calamity. It was like a dream. Baron, the hunter, was covered in blood. He gripped a long sword tightly in his hand as he stared ferociously at the mocking Xiong around him. Look at this human, haha. I'm going to eat his brain later. Such a stubborn human is rare, ha ha ha. Baron glared fiercely at Xiong. He roared and charged over. Bang! Xiong grabbed Baron's long sword with one hand and grabbed Baron's hair with the other hand, lifting him up. Little bastard, your wife is very tasty. Ha ha ha. Hihi, she is very tasty, especially that bit of meat below. Ha ha ha, I can't get enough of it. When Baron heard this, he was enraged. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Hihi, looks like this human's psychological defense is his wife, ha ha ha. Baron looked at the tall and ferocious Xiong around him with lifeless eyes. He gripped an arrowhead tightly in his hand. I'm going to eat you. With that, a Xiong opened his mouth and wanted to swallow him. Just then, Baron took advantage of the moment when the Xiong opened his mouth to viciously stab the arrowhead into Xiong eyes. Ah, you bastard. I'm going to chop you into minced meat. Baron was thrown to the ground. Seeing this Xiong in pain, a smile finally appeared on his face. Just as Xiong was about to pull out his sword to kill Baron, something unexpected happened. A bolt of lightning as thick as a person's wrist viciously struck all the Xiong in the room. Reynolds looked at everything in front of him, but he didn't show much surprise. The densely packed Xiong soldiers just now were close to 10,000. Now, in the blink of an eye, they had all disappeared without a trace. The power of the Apocalypse bracelet was truly unparalleled. This was just one of its powers, but it was already so powerful. Reynolds looked at the bracelet and a smile finally appeared on his face. He wanted to move, but he found that his legs didn't listen to him at all. He had no strength at all. With a plop, Reynolds fell to the ground. As expected, he couldn't withstand using such a huge amount of spiritual power. Reynolds laid on the ground and let his imagination run wild. He suddenly remembered that he had expressionlessly killed several Xiong soldiers just now. He had pierced their hearts. There was also one who had been killed by his peach blossom burial. The feeling of piercing through flesh was actually so comfortable and pleasurable. Thinking of this, Reynolds suddenly felt a huge wave of nausea from his stomach. With a wah, he vomited out a mouthful of acid. This time, Reynolds vomited until his liver and intestines were cut to pieces. He almost spat out all his internal organs. Most people on Earth don't have the chance to kill anyone in their lifetime, hey. Thinking of this, Reynolds suddenly laughed. He touched his trouser pocket and suddenly thought of something. He took out his phone and used his remaining strength to open WeChat. He found Lin Ling and sent a message, I killed someone too. Reynolds had expected that Lin Ling didn't reply. Presumably, Lin Ling and Diao Chan must be very tired from learning cultivation techniques and demon path techniques. Moreover, Diao Chan was so serious. Thinking of this, Reynolds seemed to be full of hope. He wanted to hurry to the Tang dynasty and see Lin Ling at the academy there. After all, they were the only two people on Earth in this world. Reynolds tried hard to move his body and found that the exhaustion of his spiritual power was too terrifying. Not only did he have a headache just thinking about it, but his body also felt as if he had run 10 laps around the field. He was exhausted. It seemed that he would need to rest for a long time if he wanted to walk again. He remembered that before Athena left, she had left him a lot of things in the wooden house. The token of the Barbaker Kingdom, this was the supreme token of the Barbaker Kingdom. With it, he could enter and exit any place in the Barbaker Kingdom at will. No one had the right to interfere. Chapter 354. There were 50 crystal coins unique to the baby card, which could be used in the king's realm. 1 gold coin could let an ordinary family have enough to eat for a month. And 100 gold coins was equal to 1 crystal coin. The secret medicine of the baby card royal family could quickly restore physical strength and increase physical strength by many times. It could make one durable and strong. Bah! What was he thinking? Reynolds shook his head and took out a small golden medicine bottle from his arms. This was the secret medicine of the baby card royal family. Reynolds wanted to pull out the bottle cap, but found that he didn't even have the strength to pull out the cork. After trying 2 or 3 times, he still couldn't open it. Reynolds smiled bitterly, held the medicine bottle in his hand, and spread it aside. It was better to sleep on the spot and recover some physical strength tomorrow before taking this secret medicine. Reynolds turned over with some effort and found the miserable situation in the village. None of the villagers' corpses were intact. Broken limbs were everywhere. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a river of blood. It's really tragic. Reynolds sighed. In this world, he really saw the impermanence of life. Killing a person, no, killing hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people was as moody as when he was a child, using water from a bottle to fill an ant's nest. Now, he was still incarnated as an Ant Azrael, who used the bracelet to send them all to the underworld. As for whether they lived or died, it had nothing to do with him. Reynolds closed his eyes and was about to fall asleep. At this time, a cold wind suddenly flashed in his ear. Reynolds subconsciously opened his eyes and saw a delicate and pitiful woman come to his side and look at him. "Who are you?" Reynolds struggled to get up, but he couldn't move. The woman giggled and said, "Like I said, in this place, there will eventually be a man who can catch my eye." After saying that, it opened its mouth, revealing 2 sharp and slender fangs in its mouth. Reynolds was shocked and instantly understood that this woman was the female monster who killed a couple in the village a few days ago on Daliang Mountain. Thinking of this, Reynolds's legs moved fiercely. He moved a little farther away from the woman. "Hee, don't be afraid, Tilda, little handsome brother. Let big sister eat your fingers and your heart." The female ghost groaned and opened her claws to reveal her true form. Then, she pounced at Reynolds. Poochie. Reynolds didn't have the strength to dodge and was stabbed by the female ghost's claws. In an instant, Reynolds felt a sharp pain. 10 sharp fingers had pierced into his shoulders. Reynolds was soaked in cold sweat. He could no longer hold it in and yelled. When the female ghost saw Reynolds's painful expression, she became even more excited. She giggled and said, "Little handsome brother, your flesh is really tender, Tilda." After saying that, he was about to eat Reynolds's finger. At this moment, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Crack! It struck the female ghost squarely. Due to the power of thunder and lightning, the female ghost's hair was like a punk from the countryside. Her whole body was black, and her clothes were also burned by the thunder and lightning. "Ah, my beautiful face." The female ghost covered her face. Upon closer inspection, her face had been struck by lightning. It was as if a corner of an ice cube had melted, and it instantly collapsed into twisted magma. "This is the peerless beauty that I obtained by killing a princess. I'm going to pull out your tendons. I'm going to drink your blood. I'm going to dig out your eyes." The female ghost tore off this layer of peerless beauty, revealing her true face. Her face was filled with thick blood and maggots. White foam kept gushing out from the corner of her mouth and eyes. Her mouth was gurgling non-stop. Under her anger, it was especially horrifying. Reynolds felt his consciousness becoming more and more blurred. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. That lightning strike just now had already exhausted all of his mental strength. He was unable to kill the female ghost. Now, he didn't even have the energy to think. Was he going to die so lowly like this? Reynolds thought this, and in the next moment, he lost consciousness. The female ghost stretched out her fangs and bit Reynolds's neck. Just as she was about to bite off his neck, the female ghost suddenly froze. She blankly touched the bloody hole that suddenly appeared on her head. Her face was filled with disbelief. "Why, is there a silver bullet?" Before she finished speaking, the female ghost fell to the ground and her body gradually turned into a pool of mud. "Captain, this person has the highest token of the baby kingdom. I suspect that he is a big shot of the baby kingdom's royal family. Let's put him under house arrest." Seeing Leah waving her hand, Drem didn't say anything more. Leah looked at the unconscious Renault and said, "Lock him up in the tent first. Shuya, come with me." This time, the Great Wall garrison army easily chased after the Orc alliance and beat them into a pulp. Because the Scot army sent reinforcements at this time, the Great Wall army had to stop chasing and start fighting with the Scot army. However, this time, the Scot army didn't fight steadily like before. Instead, they were like a herd of raging bulls, which made Leah feel a little strange. After a few rounds of fighting, Leah led the army and retreated. Not long after, the news that the Scot army's general, Old Jesse, was assassinated came. Leah couldn't believe it. She didn't believe that an experienced and powerful general like him would be assassinated. When she saw the scene of the Scot army mourning Jesse, Leah had to believe it. She also wondered if it was a conspiracy of the Scot army, but later when she saw that the Scot army was not in the mood to fight, Leah sighed. "It's a pity for the old man on the other side," Leah said. Drem looked at his captain, whether it was an enemy or a friend. As long as they were worthy of respect, Leah would regard them as her friends. Not simply a mortal enemy to kill. This was the charm of his captain. No wonder Big Brother Kai was so infatuated with her. "Did you find out who did it?" "No." Even the Scot army didn't find out who did it. After the assassins were surrounded, they all blew themselves up. Leah pondered and said, "Good method. Assassinating two generals at the same time, causing chaos in the army. Unfortunately, they don't have the ability to kill me." Drem asked, "Captain, do you suspect that it was the Baby Kingdom's people who killed them?" Leah shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. Or I don't have evidence. I suspect that there is a bigger conspiracy behind the mantis stalking the cicada." "Did Bai Chi, the general of the Qin Kingdom, go to the auction house a few days ago?" "Yes, he bid for the world-famous army destroyer sword." "Oh, that kind of weapon is really not suitable for him." Leah didn't say more and went to the battlefield. Reynolds dreamed that he was the master of the universe. He had killed everyone. He opened his eyes and broke out in a cold sweat. He looked around and found himself lying on a small bed. His hands and feet were firmly tied together by iron chains. Chapter 355. You're awake. At this moment, a lazy voice sounded. Reynolds was startled. He looked behind him and saw a red-haired man with pointy ears. He looked familiar. "Who are you? Where is this?" The red-haired man chuckled and sat beside Reynolds. "You don't look like a member of Babeka. But how did you get the king's token unique to the Babeka warlord?" Reynolds hurriedly looked at his chest and found that the things inside were gone. The red-haired man pointed at the ground and said, "Hey, you're looking for these, right?" Reynolds looked down and found the token, crystal coins, secret potions, medicines, maps, fish intestines, and daggers that Jiao Chan had given him were all on the ground. A person with so many treasures was nearly killed by an ordinary demon. "Huh." The red-haired man seemed to be a chatterbox. Reynolds didn't say anything, but he kept talking. "If Brother Shuya hadn't saved you, you would have been eaten by that female ghost and become another face of hers. Hey, kid, why didn't you say anything? Were the people in that village killed by the bear soldiers led by the Orc Skyhammer, or by you?" At this point, the red-haired man looked at Reynolds with a hint of killing intent. Reynolds listened to the familiar words and looked at the man in front of him. It should be Bailey Schwanzer. There was no mistake. As for why he wasn't eaten by that female ghost, it should be because they saved him. "I didn't kill them. I'm from the Kalor tribe. Since my tribe was destroyed, I had to travel around alone. When I came to that village, it was already in that situation." Bailey Schwanzer looked at him and said, "People from the tribe? Very good. Then should you explain how you got these things on the ground?" Reynolds thought for a moment. His head was about to explode. He couldn't think of a reasonable excuse. He smiled bitterly and said, "If I say, Athena is my friend and she gave these things to me personally, would you believe me?" Bailey Schwanzer looked at Reynolds as if he was an idiot. He smiled at Reynolds and said, "Of course I'd believe you. Before Captain Mullen comes back, you'd better stay here. With that, he walked out of the tent. Another war was about to begin. The furious Scot army joined forces with the leopard army of the Beastmen Alliance to launch a pincer attack. Leah was having a hard time dealing with the encirclement of the two armies. Poochie. Leah slashed a leopard soldier's body and weapon in half. The surrounding leopard soldiers did not seem to know fear, and they all surrounded Leah with a sea of flesh. Kill. Leah's eyes were bloodshot. With the support of enhanced arm strength, the great sword in her hand formed a blue sword aura. Boom. The dozens of leopard soldiers were like leaves blown away by the wind. They were all chopped into pieces and scattered all over the battlefield. Charge. This human girl is so powerful, ha ha ha, she will definitely be even more flirtatious in bed later. Ha ha ha. Dozens of leopard tribe soldiers died, but another few hundred leopard tribe soldiers rushed over like crazy. Leah looked at these soldiers coldly. Her eyes turned red, and all the muscles on her body bulged. Her great sword firmament was covered with a faint blue light. All of you, die. Leah was like a blood-soaked god of war, madly charging through the leopard soldiers. Harvest. Massacre. Bang. Drem aimed at a small leader of the leopard tribe and blasted his head off with one shot. How's the situation on Captain Mulan's side? Report. Captain Mulan is fighting bravely like a god of war. Drem knew that these leopard tribe soldiers could not do anything to the captain. The only person who could exchange blows with the captain had already been assassinated. Boom. An extremely loud sound of cannons could be heard. Drem turned pale with fright as he watched the soldiers in his camp being blasted into nothing by this sudden cannonball. He suddenly thought of something. Retreat quickly. There are magic cannons on the other side. After a long battle, the three armies all retreated. They temporarily entered a state of truce. However, some people in the Beastmen Alliance were getting restless. In the Great Wall Guard camp, after experiencing the battle with the leopard tribe soldiers, Leah did not sleep at all. When she received the news that the Beastmen Alliance had set up a formation outside the camp to challenge them, she immediately gave the order to go out and meet the enemy. Arthur, with his golden curly hair like a lion's mane, stood under the fluttering lion flag. Behind him were dozens of valiant and cold lion generals, and behind them was his lion soldiers. On the two sides of the formation were Poria's leopard tribe soldiers and Greyshell's wolf tribe soldiers. The hundreds of thousands of beast men on the Donna Plains all had swords and spears in their hands as they quietly looked at the Great Wall Guard camp in front of them. Apart from the neighing of the war horses, there was not even a trace of human sound on the battlefield. However, the solemn atmosphere that was revealed made people feel breathless. Looking at the Lion King Arthur standing in front of the army, all the beast men had the same feeling. What a mighty and majestic king. There is no other king on the continent who is more domineering than him. Indeed, even the leaders of the other three tribes who had been fighting with Arthur openly and secretly had to admit that Arthur, who was burly like a mountain and had a sharp gaze, was an invincible warrior. This was because no one in the entire Beastmen Alliance could compete with him. His bravery was known to the world, and even the neighboring countries were surprised by it. At this moment, the Beastmen had strong confidence that their Lion King would lead them to fly the Beastmen Alliance's flag in the sky of the continent forever. Their confidence in their king made the Beastmen's combat power even more powerful. This was definitely not a good thing for their enemy today, the Great Wall Guard army soldiers. However, in reality, whether it was Skyhammer of the Bear tribe or Greyshell of the Wolf tribe, they were both happy and worried because their strength had been greatly reduced due to the unfavorable start of the battle. Skyhammer was already dead, and Greyshell was crippled. If the Beastmen Alliance were to win today, the power of the Lion tribe would greatly increase and they would lose their status in the country. This was also not a good thing for the Leopard tribe who had always been the weakest. Therefore, Poria and the Leopard tribe were in agreement on this point. They hoped that the Lion tribe would fight with their lives on the line while they tried their best to preserve their strength. Under the strong appearance, there were subtle cracks, but Arthur, who had always advocated strength, didn't notice it because he was already imagining the sweet fruits of victory in his heart. They are here. They're moving out. There was a slight commotion at the front of the Lion tribe soldiers. The soldiers subconsciously tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands. Everyone's gaze was focused on Lion King Arthur. Chapter 356. With his sharp eyes, Arthur gazed at the military camp of the Great Wall Army in the distance. Suddenly, he waved his strong right hand forward and shouted, "Move out." His majestic voice spread far and wide. The soldiers of the Orc Alliance responded with a deafening roar and began to move slowly. Originally, it was a horizontal formation, but the center part slowly protruded, forming a huge arrowhead. Together with the two wings behind it, they formed a triangular arrow formation. At the tip of the arrowhead was Arthur, the Lion King. Amidst the sound of horns and war drums, the Great Wall Army's camp on the opposite side opened its gate. A square formation of heavy infantrymen walked out. They were all wearing heavy armor and holding spears. They spread out to the two sides like two dragons emerging from the water and formed a long line in front of the formation. After the heavy infantrymen stood still, two groups of archers swarmed out and spread out to suppress their own formation. Following that, squads of armored cavalry galloped out of the camp in neat formations. They were well trained and arranged in a neat square formation. The soldiers of the Orc Alliance couldn't help but gasp in amazement at their solemnity. Looking at how the guards of the Great Wall had arranged themselves into a square formation that could be used to attack and defend, Arthur thought to himself, the guards of the Great Wall really live up to their reputation. No wonder they can dominate for a while. He urged the Jade Lion beneath him to come to the front of the formation and shouted with a thunderous voice, "I ask General Lear to answer." His voice traveled to the Great Wall's army formation. The flag gate opened, and the beautiful and valiant Lear, wearing a helmet and armor and holding the giant sword Firmament, galloped out briskly. The tight-fitting rainbow-colored armor accentuated her curvaceous figure. When Arthur saw this, he was shocked. Lear looked at Arthur with her phoenix eyes and said, "What is the Lion King's opinion?" Her voice was like a silver bell, very pleasant to the ear. Arthur cupped his hands and said, "I have long heard of the war god general's name. It is my honor to meet you today." Lear smiled and said, "You flatter me, your majesty." Arthur was mesmerized by her smile, which was like 100 flowers blooming. He was stunned for a moment and said, "I really don't want to hurt such a beautiful woman. Why don't you give me the general, and I'll treat you as the queen? What do you think?" As he spoke, his large eyes stared straight at Lear's towering and alluring breasts. Lear's jade-like face darkened when she heard this. She scolded, "How dare you speak such arrogant word?" Arthur laughed and said, "If you don't obey, it'll be too late for regrets." As he spoke, he pointed at the army behind him and continued, "This king has hundreds of thousands of soldiers under my command, enough to raise all of you to the ground. I advise you to obediently become my woman. I guarantee that you will enjoy it endlessly." Lear scolded, "Shameless bastard, how dare you be the ruler of a country?" Arthur flew into a rage. He brandished the star-shattering hammer in his hand and went straight for Lear. Lear did not panic. She swung Firmament, which danced like the wind, towards Arthur's face. At first, Arthur relied on his innate strength to swing the star-shattering hammer that weighed 180 kilograms, intending to knock Lear off her horse. Unexpectedly, after a few rounds, he realized that not only was Lear able to take it easily, but she was also using her superb swordsmanship to slowly gain the upper hand. Every time Arthur's star-shattering hammer smashed towards Lear's sword, the great sword Firmament was like a dragon emerging from the sea. The tip of the sword pointed towards places he had to save, forcing Arthur to withdraw his moves. This caused him to be unable to use his divine strength. He could only wave the star-shattering hammer to deal with the spear shadows that were aimed at his vitals. Every time Lear swung the spear, a strong gust of wind would be produced. Even though Arthur's skin was thick and his flesh was thick, he still felt a dull pain from the wind. He suddenly remembered that Lear's great sword Firmament was an ancient divine weapon. It could automatically produce wind elemental magic spells, and was not something that ordinary people could resist. Thinking of this, Arthur waved his hammer and forced Lear to retreat. He said, "General Mulin is indeed powerful, but even you can't withstand the power of the magic cannons, right? Ha ha ha." Leah was shocked. "What did you say?" Arthur laughed with a gloomy face and said, "I wonder how your beloved General Drem is doing." Ha ha ha. Drem was hiding in an extremely small trench, motionless as he looked at the Barbaker soldiers in the distance. How vicious, daring to violate the contract and use the magic cannons. Drem looked at the corpses of the soldiers around him that were almost completely devoid of bones with a gloomy expression. Things like magic cannons had been completely banned as early as 100 years ago in the realm of kings. This kind of weapon was extremely inhumane. The magic power of 10 witches was all condensed into a special silver cannonball, and then it was ignited with an extremely special method before blasting it out. The resulting effect could be said to be the blooming of 100 flowers. Because the magic power that each witch cultivated was different, some specialized in fire magic, some specialized in water magic, and there were also wood magic, dark magic, light magic, necromancy magic, and so on. After being fused with this specially made silver cannonball, the power was multiplied. After blasting out, the effective damage caused was about 1,000 square meters. Within this 1,000 square meters, all the soldiers would suffer different kinds of damage. They would be burned alive by the fire, frozen into ice dregs by the ice breath, and their souls would be devoured by necromancy magic. There were all kinds of things, and they would die without a complete corpse. The most vicious thing was that the range of this cannonball was extremely long. Compared with ordinary cannonballs, the range of the magic cannon was about 10 times longer. Now, I really don't dare to act rashly. Drem smiled bitterly, looked at his right leg that was frostbitten by the ice breath, and gritted his teeth. It's really a disgusting weapon, it hurts. Leah's expression was dignified as she looked at the arrogant Lionheart King in front of her and said, "Are you going to violate the Treaty of Jishya?" According to the Treaty of Jishya, the magic cannons were manufactured by Mosey and sold to various powerful countries on the continent at a high price to balance each other's forces. Once someone used it first, it would announce that the Continental War was about to begin. It would not stop until one of them died. It has been more than 70 years since the last Continental War. Arthur, are you going to start the war again? Leah was infuriated. She urged her mount to slash at Arthur. Lionheart King Arthur laughed and said, "Because we, the Orc Alliance, are the most powerful race on the continent. All humans must die." Ha! The great sword firmament and the star-breaking hammer fiercely intertwined. Bang! A wave of air rolled over and the two of them retreated dozens of steps. The mount under them also had a nosebleed from the shock of this oppressive airwave. "Oh, then what are your plans for your ally, the Kingdom of Barbaker? I can understand that you orcs are all brainless, but what about the Kingdom of Barbaker? Do they allow you to do this? Don't be so happy to be used as a tool." Arthur laughed instead of being angry when he heard this and said, "What a good Leah, you are strong in martial arts and also have a sharp tongue." After that, he pretended to smile evilly. "Now, I want to take you as my queen more and more. Ha ha ha." Chapter 357. The Lawson soldiers pushed the 7 magic cannons forward slowly. Although the magic cannons were powerful, they had a shortcoming, and that was that they were very cumbersome. A magic cannon required 6 people to push together to move forward. Drem hid in the hidden trench and coldly looked at the approaching Lawson soldiers. "I still have 6 gale breath bullets. If I'm lucky, I can destroy 3 magic cannons." Drem's expression changed. He loaded all 6 gale's breath bullets into his gun. A thin red line connected the trench to the magic cannons a kilometer away. A sharp-eyed soldier noticed the thin red line. "What's that?" The surrounding soldiers noticed it. They touched the thin red line and found that it wasn't a real line. It was more like a strange light. "What's that?" Bang! A loud sound came from afar. It came from afar and instantly exploded among the soldiers. Dozens of soldiers were instantly blown apart by the sudden shockwave. "Ambush! Everyone be on guard!" All the soldiers reacted in an instant. They put their shields together and formed a dense circular formation. Bang! Another loud sound came from afar, and it was getting closer and closer. The soldiers were on guard, but to their surprise, they found that they were unharmed. An ear-piercing sound rang out. The magic cannons were accurately hit by the bullet. Crack! Several serious cracks appeared on the magic cannons' barrels. Not good. The enemy's target is the magic cannons. Quickly surround the magic cannons. The Lawson soldiers reacted in an instant. They wanted to immediately separate the circular formation. At this time, a loud sound came from afar. 2 magic cannons were destroyed in an instant. An unparalleled explosion had taken place. Open fire! Open fire in all directions. I'm going to blast these shameless ambushers into smithereens. The magicians got into position and poured in magic power. Silver shells were loaded into the remaining magic cannons. Drem panted and fired all 6 gale breaths bullets, only destroying 2 magic cannons. As expected of a material made from mithril and steel. It's really hard. 6 breath of the squall shot out in one go, consuming more than half of Drem's spirit. It's time to retreat. Before he could finish, Drem looked into the distance and was shocked. Massive balls of light condensed at the muzzles of the 4 magic cannons, and they were about to fire. That's bad. Leah, I admire you more and more. Arthur put away the star-shattering hammer and urged his mount to turn around and leave the battlefield. We'll meet again. My queen. Ha ha ha. Leah looked coldly at Arthur's receding figure and snorted coldly. Recall Tom, have him support Drem. Wait, is the person Bailey Schwanzer was guarding awake? As Leah spoke, she led her men to Reynolds's tent. At this moment, Reynolds was idling in his tent. He even wanted to take a look at the world inside the Apocalypse bracelet. At this moment, Leah barged in. You are Leah. Leah frowned when she saw Reynolds staring at her with his mouth wide open. She said unhappily, It's me. Are you all right? Reynolds looked at Leah in surprise. Her pink hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and the blue rainbow armor on her body was extremely domineering. The great sword firmament on her back also looked extremely shocking. After Diao Chan, Elena, and Bailey Schwanzer, this was the 4th hero, Leah. Reynolds had long since gotten used to this. Come with me. With that, she cut the chains on Reynolds's body with her sword. Where are we going? Reynolds asked. Tom and I are going to support Drem. Leah looked at Reynolds and said, I think it will be useful to bring you, a member of the Rosen royal family. Hua Mulan sat in the camp and tied a letter to the red bird's leg before releasing it. I hope Her Majesty understands the seriousness of the problem. Hua Mulan sighed as she recalled what Arthur had said today. The appearance of the magic cannons made Hua Mulan uneasy. Hua Mulan knew its power very well. What Hua Mulan was most worried about was Bailey Shoyue's safety. Is the long-awaited war about to start again? Hua Mulan looked at the starry sky and muttered to herself. Hua Mulan did not know what was in the starry sky or even beyond it. She had been curious about the scenery in the sky more than once. The demon pathmasters had said that there was another world in the sky. However, no one had been able to fly that high up in the sky. The only thing visible to the naked eye was the endless starry sky, the round sun, and the moon. How far was she from the sun? Hua Mulan could not help but smile. Looking at the starry sky every day seemed to heal her. If I could really fly to the sky in this lifetime, what would the end of the sky be like? I really want to go and see. Reynolds walked beside Tom. Looking at this burly man, his heart was filled with emotions. Tom's expression was solemn. His clothes showed that he had gone through the vicissitudes of life, and his face was full of valiance. A blue headscarf was tied to his forehead, and he carried a cylindrical weapon on his back. Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me? Tom asked coldly. His voice was full of energy. It was cold and did not contain a trace of emotion. Reynolds praised in his heart and said, Big Brother Tom is really full of heroic spirit. One of his favorite heroes was Tom. He had once relied on Tom to become a challenger. Now that he had seen a real hero, Reynolds naturally had some special feelings in his heart. However, Tom only snorted coldly and did not say anything else. He was really cold and arrogant. Reynolds did not say anything else. Tom's temper was not bad. His attitude towards him was only because of his mysterious identity. Report. At this moment, a soldier rushed over. Speak. General Tom, the snipers have found some people in front. I suspect that they are the remnants of the Orc Alliance. Tom thought for a moment and said, advance. We need to move forward quietly and set up an ambush. Yes. Tom led a few thousand people and quietly climbed up a hill in the blink of an eye. Tom, who was lying in ambush behind the forest with the soldiers, watched as the orcs slowly walked up the hill. The leader was actually a short and fat old man. He held a strange round plate in his hand and talked to a beautiful young woman beside him as he looked at it. A few orc generals followed behind them. According to the old man's instructions, they would turn back and shout orders to the orc soldiers from time to time. They gradually walked to a place where Tom and the others were lying in ambush. Even their voices could be heard clearly. The short and fat old man suddenly shouted excitedly and raised the round plate in his hand. It's here. It's here. Here, you idiot. Chapter 358. The Orc general was also very happy, and he quickly ordered the soldiers to put down those strange iron objects. Under the command of the old man, the Orc soldiers started to set up all kinds of iron objects. Gradually, the shape of the objects was revealed. At the back was a very complicated control panel, and in the middle of the front was a big round iron pipe, facing the Great Wall Guard's camp at the foot of the mountain. The short and fat old man carefully took out a stone that shone with a strange light from the big sealed box and put it on the control panel. Then, he did the same thing and put all 10 of them on the control panel. The Orc soldiers started to adjust the direction of the iron pipe, aiming it at the Great Wall Guards on the battlefield. The few Orc generals, on the other hand, were chatting and laughing with the old man and the beautiful woman, looking very happy. Seeing this, Tom gave the order, and the Great Wall Guards shouted, waving their weapons and swarming forward. This kind of ambush was Tom's favorite. He rushed to the front of the team, swinging the cylindrical weapon in his hand left and right, and in a short while, he had already killed several Orc soldiers. He felt that his body was full of energy, and he could wave the weapon in his hand as he wished. This made him feel a little strange. The Orc soldiers, who were in chaos, could not figure out where the enemy came from. How could they appear in the sky? Fall from the sky? They were caught off guard, and although they tried their best to resist, they were outnumbered. In the heavy encirclement, there were more than 10 Great Wall Guards taking care of each of them. In less than 15 minutes after the start of the battle, the Orcs had all become ghosts under the sword, prisoners. Tom, who was covered in blood, carried his weapon and stood in front of the Orc captives. He looked at the dejected Orcs majestically and asked in a deep voice, "What is that?" The Orc soldiers looked at him coldly, not saying a word. Tom could not help but be furious, and the Great Wall Guards around him were also stirred up, and the impatient ones were even about to rush up and attack. Suddenly, a huge Orc general snorted and said, "How can you be a hero when you use despicable means to launch a sneak attack? If you are capable, fight with me again. If you win, I will tell you what you want to know." "Oh." Tom looked at him and said without hesitation, "Chop it off." Before anyone could understand what was going on, one of the Great Wall Guards standing behind the Orc general raised his sword and slashed down. Blood spurted out, and a large head flew up and fell to the ground. Bang! The headless corpse fell to the ground. The Orcs were in an uproar. Even Reynolds, who was standing beside Tom, was shocked. This was war. Reynolds was speechless. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, his stomach felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit. All kinds of internal organs, broken limbs, and the thick smell of blood deeply stimulated Reynolds. "I hate people who don't know their own limits," Tom said coldly. "No matter what, you have to admit your failure. Don't find excuses for your failure." Since he was already a captive, he should have the self-awareness of being a captive. How dare he say such word? "I can't stand such things." A strange light flashed through the beautiful woman's eyes while the short and fat old man's expression changed slightly. Reynolds, who was standing beside Tom, was also very convinced. As expected of his favorite hero. In an era where heroes were revered, Tom's direct rejection of the other party's request was an anomaly. But what happened next surprised Reynolds even more. "You. Come here." Tom pointed at an orc general with a face full of grief and indignation standing beside the killed orc general and said, "Are you not convinced? Let me tell you, I didn't fight with him not because I was afraid, but because there was no need to. Now I'll give you a chance. Pick up the sword at your feet and I'll show you my strength." The middle-aged orc general said hatefully, "Okay." He bent down and picked up the long sword that had been thrown at his feet. After standing still, he said sternly, "If I win, you have to let go of my people." Tom agreed without hesitation. "But if you lose, you have to confess everything." "Okay." Tom put the weapon on his shoulder aside and pulled out a long sword from the waist of a soldier. "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me?" That orc saw Tom's actions and was instantly enraged. Tom smiled and said, "Yes, I'm looking down on you. It's the greatest mercy that I can give a beast like you a chance to live." The middle-aged orc general's eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred. He slowly raised the sharp sword in his hand and pointed it at Tom, who was standing in front of him. The trembling tip of the sword emitted a cold current. Although it was just a simple gesture, it already contained a strong murderous aura. The spectators couldn't help but take half a step back. Tom was unmoved and continued to look at him coldly. The middle-aged orc general roared and charged forward with his sword. He used a strong killing move as soon as he made his move. The fluctuating tip of the sword covered Tom's face. It seemed to be attacking between his eyebrows, but also seemed to be aiming at his throat. Tom's eyes shone brightly. He accurately grasped the angle that his opponent wanted to attack from. His divine intent locked onto the incoming sharp sword. He stepped back with his right foot and leaned slightly to the side. The sharp sword in his hand moved up like lightning and blocked the weakest part of the orc general's sword. The two swords clashed and only a ding sound was heard. The orc general's body couldn't help but stagnate. Just as his sword momentum weakened, Tom roared and slid forward rapidly. The sharp sword in his hand suddenly sped up and slashed at his opponent's chest and shoulder. The orc general's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Tom to be able to speed up. He could only take a deep breath and shrink his body to avoid the sword. He didn't expect Tom's sharp sword to follow just as he moved. It changed from a slash to a stab. It was as fast as lightning and attacked his throat. Under the influence of the sword aura, the air in front of him became heavy and cold. He couldn't help but roar and dodge with all his might. The sharp sword in his hand danced wildly, trying to seal the sword out of his chest. However, it was too late. Tom nimbly flipped his wrist and a cold white light flashed. The tip of the sword had already slid across his throat. Clang! The orc general's eyes widened in anger. He made a cracking sound from his throat and the sharp sword in his hand fell to the ground. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated by this man so quickly. However, he only stood for a moment before his body started to sway. His face gradually turned pale. These few moves were as fast as lightning. The spectators didn't have time to see clearly before it was over. At this moment, everyone was speechless as they watched the orc's body sway twice. With a bang, he fell to the ground. "Good." Reno roared and looked at Tom with admiration. Chapter 359. The soldiers of the Great Wall Army cheered, but the beastmen's faces were ashen. The strength of this general of the Great Wall Army made them feel discouraged. For them who revered force, strength was everything. At this time, they had nothing to say. Tom returned the sword and coldly looked at the beast men. They were like a group of deflated balloons. He couldn't help but fiercely spit and scolded, "Where's the arrogant attitude you usually have when you slaughter innocent people? Sure enough, you're a group of gutless beast." After a short interrogation by Tom, Reynolds learned that this thing was called magic cannon. It was a magic weapon that Rosen Kingdom hired Mohist family to make after a year of research and development. It was powered by magic stones, and the silver cannonball had the magic power of 10 magicians. Its power was enough to destroy all living things. If it was used on the battlefield, it was believed that no one could stop it. Seeing Tom's doubtful look, the short and fat old man who had been coldly looking at him said proudly, "This master's product is absolutely genuine." Tom sized up the old man. "Are you from Mohist family or Gongshu family?" The old man stuck out his chest and said, "Mohist family's Master Lu is me." When these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Even Tom was slightly moved. Mohist family was famous for being good at making all kinds of weapons and mechanisms in the king's realm. Almost all the divine weapons were made by them. And in this generation, Mohist family's most famous person was Master Ghost. However, he was greedy by nature, and his betrothal fee was almost sky-high. Besides the rich and powerful, only the country could afford to invite this guy. But this time, he was actually deceived by the Lionheart King of the Beastman Alliance and was forced to make magic cannon for them. But this kind of loss was something that the person involved would absolutely not say, so as to avoid losing face. But it was precisely because of this that this batch of magic cannons was not fully developed. Otherwise, this war would not be like this. Really a group of idiots who don't know the severity of things. Do you want the king's realm to be plunged into misery and suffering again? Tom scolded. Seeing everyone's reaction, Master Lu proudly looked around. Tom could not help but feel angry. How could a captive be so arrogant? But on second thought, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He cupped his fists and saluted. "So it's Master Lu. Sorry for the disrespect. No need to be so polite." Master Lu was even more pleased with himself. Tom said, "May I ask you a question?" Master Lu glared at him. "Why should I tell you when you don't have the money to pay me?" Tom smiled and suddenly turned to his subordinates and said, "Kill those beast men." In the blink of an eye, the great wall guards raised their swords and slashed down, and all the orcs' heads fell to the ground. Frightened by Tom's order, Master Lu forced himself to remain calm when he saw Tom looking at him again. He shouted, "Don't scare me with killing." Tom replied gently, "How could I? This is..." His gaze landed on the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman, who had been calm all this while, smiled charmingly and said, "I'm Madame Mulian, Master Lu's wife." "Oh." Tom's gaze became heated as he looked at her seductive and sexy body. Sensing Tom's malicious gaze, Master Lu suddenly changed his tone and said, "All right, ask away." Tom withdrew his charming gaze and said to Master Lu with a smile, "Tell me the location of that group of Lawson soldiers today." Master Lu was startled and said, "The location of Lawson soldiers." Tom looked at him coldly and did not know what to say. Master Lu was forced into a corner by Tom's gaze. He could only clench his teeth and say, "They're at the northern end of the Donner Plains. They have 6 magic cannons. I'm afraid your soldiers are already dead." Tom snorted and said, If you dare lie to me, I'll reward your beautiful wife to my soldiers." Master Lu's eyes flashed with hatred. He quickly lowered his head and said, I wouldn't dare. All soldiers, hear my order. Advance at full speed. All troops, head north." "Yes, sir." Madame Mulian cast a few coquettish glances at Tom before she left. She then grabbed Master Lu and flew away. Tom could not help but admire her agility. He let out a long laugh and said, "Master Lu, Madame Mulian, we'll meet again someday." His voice was clearly carried by the morning breeze into their ears. Master Lu's heart pounded when he heard this. He said fiercely, "No, you despicable bastard. It's best if we never meet again." Madame Mulian heard his muttering. She smiled charmingly and said coquettishly, "I think this man is a hero. We'll meet again someday." She then chuckled. Master Lu said unhappily, "Have you taken a liking to him?" Madame Mulian did not answer and only laughed. Master Lu also felt that Tom was different from the people he had met before. He had an ominous feeling that they would meet again. The orcs had been killed, and Master Lu and his wife had left. Tom was unusually interested in the things they left behind. There was a magic cannon that wasn't perfectly made, and 6 soldiers were pushing it as they hurried on their way. With this thing, we can effectively prevent being crushed by the enemy's magic cannons. Tom thought to himself. He did not know if General Mulan had sent a letter to the Emperor. If they were determined to use magic cannons to start a war, Then his side would have to use magic cannons to contend against them. Tom looked at Reynolds and frowned. This ordinary man was not very old, but he had the Rosen Kingdom's highest command medallion. Who was he? Shen Ce said that he was Elena's friend. What a joke. How could a woman like Elena have friends? It would be better to say that there was no one in this world that could catch Elena's eye. Hey, kid. Tell me your name. Reynolds was walking. He did not expect Tom to talk to him. He froze for a moment, then said, I am Reynolds. Reynolds. Very good. I'll remember it. Tom looked at Reynolds and said, You said that Elena is your friend. Reynolds hesitated for a moment, then grunted. Tom was silent. He knew that command medallion was Elena's, and even the entire Rosen Kingdom's, supreme treasure. Elena had personally carried it with her. How could Elena have given it to someone else? Even if there was someone who caught Elena's eye, how could she trust him so much? I fought with Elena in my early years. She was proud and arrogant, and did not put anyone in her eyes. How did you get to know her? Reynolds tried to recall. When he returned to the Calor tribe, he was ambushed and stabbed in the chest. After that, he stumbled into the great forest of Calor, where he met Elena and her unicorn, who were riddled with wounds. Chapter 360. If Tom hadn't asked, he would have almost forgotten about their acquaintance. After all, that kind of encounter was really strange. To be honest, Eileen saved his life with her healing skills. Later on, he willingly became her subordinate. Later, after chatting for a while, he became her friend. After becoming friends, Eileen and he went on many adventures. She also saved him more than once. Thinking about it carefully, he really owed her a lot of favors. He didn't know if he would have the chance to see her again in the future. Reynolds silently recalled. Is it inconvenient to say? Then forget it. Tom saw that Reynolds didn't answer for a long time and thought that he had some secrets, so he didn't ask anymore. Reynolds was a little surprised and asked, Brother Tom, do you believe that I'm Eileen's friend? Tom waved his hand and said, Don't call me brother, I don't know who you are. Reynolds smiled awkwardly. Tom grinned and said, However, I think you're quite pleasing to the eye. Then, he patted Reynolds's shoulder and said, It's strange. The first time I saw you, I felt that the divine sense in my body was abnormally clear. It seems that you should have a purified physique. Brother has good eyesight, I do have a purified physique. I was about to go to the Great Tang Dynasty's number 1 academy to study, but I encountered a monster on the way. Fortunately, I was saved by Bailey Shoyue. Then, I was sent here by Hua Mulan. General Hua Mulan. Reynolds didn't resist Hua Mulan's order. Firstly, he hadn't thanked Bailey Shoyue for saving his life. Secondly, he was very curious about these heroes that gradually appeared in King's Glory. Hihi, not bad. After awakening your talent, you're immediately a level higher than tens of thousands of people. You're still so young, your future is limitless. Thank you for your kind words, brother. Reynolds cupped his fists at Tom. He found Tom more and more pleasing to the eye. Maybe it was because he often played Tom in the other world, and over time, he developed an instinctive understanding. Report. At this moment, a sentry came to report. Speak. Reporting to General, the famous Demon Cave Mountain is ahead. Demon Cave Mountain? Tom frowned and said, So what? The sentry replied, Demon Cave Mountain is a famous gathering place for demons. There are countless demons and strange beasts there. I suggest you take a detour. Tom pondered for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. Command a few soldiers to aim the magic cannons at the entrance of the demon cave. The sentinel was shocked, and then his face was filled with excitement. Yes. How could mere demons and ghosts make so many people take a long detour? Tom watched as the soldiers aimed the magic cannons at Demon Cave Mountain. There was a triangular entrance to Demon Cave Mountain, and the terrain was extremely dangerous. The demons and ghosts inside would come out from time to harm people. The 10 magicians in the army gathered their mana into a watermelon-sized silver artillery shell, and then filled it into the magic cannon's muzzle. Tom held the magic stone in his hand and inserted it into the fuse. Whoosh! A huge ball of light gradually condensed at the muzzle of the cannon. It was incomparably dazzling, like a small sun, illuminating the area as if it was daytime. Boom! After the ball of light took shape, it shot out at lightning speed. Due to its extreme speed, there was light everywhere it went. It was like a shooting star with a long tail. The ball of light hit Demon Cave Mountain in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a deafening explosion sounded. Rumble, rumble. The sound didn't stop for a long time. Because they were relatively close to Demon Cave Mountain, some soldiers were almost blown away by the shockwave. This huge explosion lasted for a full 10 minutes. The smoke gradually dissipated. Reynolds looked forward with a dusty face and found that there was nothing in front of him. This is the power of the magic cannon. Reynolds was shocked to the extreme. Looking at the Demon Cave Mountain that was razed to the ground, he couldn't stand steadily and sat on the ground. This was the power of the magic cannon. Townsend looked at everything in front of him in shock. He expected the power of the weapon, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. This magic cannon was still an incomplete item. If it was completed, how powerful would it be? Townsend looked into the distance and laughed. It seems that this artillery shell not only exposed my position, but also lured the snake out of its hole. As Townsend expected, the sound of horse hooves and rumbling footsteps gradually came from the distance. Soldiers, listen to my order. Prepare the square formation. Assemble for an ambush. Townsend roared and all the soldiers spread out like birds and beasts, quickly and orderly lying in ambush behind the pile of rocks. Reynolds. The battle is about to begin. Prepare for death, haha. After saying that, Townsend patted Reynolds's shoulder hard, seemingly very excited. Reynolds smiled bitterly and couldn't help but feel nervous. He followed Townsend to the pile of rocks to ambush. In a moment, a large cloud of dust gradually rose in the distance. It seemed that there were many people. A conspicuous Barbaker flag fluttered in the wind. General, it's Barbaker's army. It's the army that Captain Bailey Shoyuer encountered. Townsend's face sank and he waved his hand. Very good. Give them a surprise. Find 10 magicians to replenish the magic cannon's mana and give them a great annihilation. Report. General Townsend, the magic cannon's barrel is hot and can't be used for the time being. Magician Will said that if we use it again, the artillery shell will explode in the barrel if we're unlucky. Townsend snorted and said, it's really an unfinished piece of trash. Townsend's eyes were like lightning. It seemed that he had used the 1,000-mile vision. Reynolds was lying in ambush behind the pile of rocks, his heart beating inexplicably. Order the archers, when the enemy is within 1 kilometer of us, shoot 10,000 arrows at once. Yes. In order to prevent the enemy's magic cannon, Townsend had to set the attack range to within 1 kilometer. In this way, the enemy would have to consider the safety of the enemy's soldiers when using the magic cannon. After the order was issued, all the soldiers waited and breathed as if there was no one here. The army in the distance was getting closer and closer. Townsend lined up, raised his hand, and shouted, shoot. In an instant, the first row of 1,000 archers shot together. All the arrows were poisoned, and the shafts were doused with diesel oil and ignited. Swish, swish, swish. 1,000 arrows were as dense as raindrops. They fell heavily into the group of Barbaker's soldiers who were leading the charge. Sneak attack. Set up shields. Prepare the defensive formation. The first row of archers of the Great Wall Army retreated and was replaced by the second row of archers. This time, each arrow was enchanted with magic. Chapter 361. There was the aura of ice as well as flames and hurricanes. Release the arrows. Swish, swish, swish. The second round of arrow rain fell into the crowd of Barbaker soldiers again. This time, the Barbaker soldiers were almost unharmed by the vast rain of arrows due to their proper defense. However, the demon path spell on each arrowhead made Barbaker's people suffer a lot. The aura of ice covered the shields with ice and made them extremely fragile and chilly. The aura of fire set most of the soldiers on fire, and they rolled on the ground. Their shields also became extremely hot, making it hard for them to hold them. With a huge weapon on his shoulder, Townsend yelled, "Kill! Oh! 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 Charge! Kill all the bastards of Berbeka!" Under Townsend's lead, all the soldiers rushed toward the Berbeka soldiers who were caught off guard. Clank! Clank! Bang! For a moment, smoke filled the air, and the sounds of weapons colliding could be heard. The screams of the soldiers rose and fell one after another. Reynolds leaned against a pile of rocks and stared blankly at the war in front of him. Bloody, cruel, violent, huge. The weapon on Townsend's shoulder was extremely huge. Every time Townsend swung it, it would hit a large group of enemies and send them flying for more than 10 meters. Then, they would fall to the ground and die. Putsch dash. A Berbeka soldier was pierced through the chest from the back by the Great Wall Guard. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Before he could see who killed him, he fell to the ground with hatred. The soldiers of the Great Wall Army were careless and were frozen into ice sculptures by Berbeka's coming of cold winter. The surrounding soldiers swung their hammers and shattered them into ice shards on the ground. The Berbeka soldiers suffered heavy losses under such a sneak attack. Everyone's morale was in a mess, and they were forced to retreat in defeat by the Great Wall Army. At this moment, a dazzling light flashed in the distance. Townsend was startled when he saw it. "Hurry! Retreat! Retreat!" Townsend roared, and the Great Wall Guards kept retreating. When he saw the familiar flash, he knew that something was wrong. "Are they going to fight to the death with us?" Townsend gritted his teeth and watched as his soldiers retreated. At this time, he took off his shirt and raised the cylindrical weapon to the sky. When the surrounding Great Wall defenders saw this, their expressions changed. "Retreat! General Townsend is going to show his power." When Reynolds saw Townsend's posture from afar, he was instantly excited. Wasn't that Townsend's ultimate move? The Berbeka soldiers retreated one after another due to the accumulated power of the magic cannons, leaving a large empty space on the battlefield for Townsend. As for Townsend, something strange had happened. It was like an earthquake, spreading from Townsend's feet to his surroundings. His muscles and veins bulged as if they were about to explode. Townsend began to move. The Berbeka soldiers who were retreating in the distance screamed and fled as if they had seen a ghost. The magic cannon had finished charging. Just as the magic cannon was about to fire, a thin golden light flashed across Townsend's body. Blink! A loud boom rang out. Townsend smashed his weapon on the ground. Heroic army of 10,000. The earth trembled. The Berbeka soldiers who were hit by the shockwave were instantly sent flying hundreds of meters into the sky. As for the magic cannon, due to Townsend's anger, it was also sent flying more than 10 meters into the air. Boom! The magic cannon was fired. The silver cannonball that was like a meteor in the air didn't hit any targets. It just flew straight. With another boom, it caused a huge explosion in the sky thousands of meters away from the battlefield. Everyone was shocked by this sudden turn of events. They all stared blankly, not moving at all. Reynolds turned around and looked at the aftershocks of the explosion in the sky. His ears were gradually losing their hearing. What a domineering power. Reynolds turned his head and looked at Townsend again. Townsend put on his clothes and looked at the consequences of his actions. Then, he opened his mouth and smiled. "Walk south for 3 days and we will reach the territory of the Tang Empire." Irene looked at the map and said to Phil. The two of them were now very far away from the Donner Plains. Along the way, Phil had seen too many wars and too many refugees wandering from place to place. He had also encountered armies and seen blood and cruelty. In the past few days, Phil had been woken up by loud noises in his sleep more than once. Irene told him that it was the sound of the magic cannon. The continent was about to start a war. Phil was silent. He took out his phone and looked at the message Reynolds sent him. He sighed and didn't know what to say. The two of them ate and slept in the open along the way. None of the villages, towns, and small countries they passed were intact. They were either looted or massacred. "Sister Chan, I'm going to that school." "Where are you going?" Phil and Irene rode on the flower-winged eagle. They weren't very fast, but flying in the sky could effectively avoid some unnecessary wars. Irene stroked Phil's hair and said, "Naturally, I'm going back to the burial flower valley. When we reach that school, I'll give you all the expenses in advance and save them on a magic card. You can use them as you wish." Phil was a bit sad and said, "I don't want to be separated from you, Sister Chan." Then he looked at Erin with eyes full of passion. Irene knew what kind of situation this kind of affection was. She smiled and said, "It's not like we won't see each other again. The school has an annual holiday. If you want to come back to see me, you can come back. But by then, I'm afraid you'll be intimate with that man, Reynolds." "Aya, I won't. Reynolds and I don't know if we can see each other again." As if thinking of something, Phil's expression wasn't very happy. Irene stroked Phil's hair and said, "It's getting late. Let's go down and find a place to rest. You must be hungry too. You haven't eaten for a day, little girl." "I'm not a little girl. Sister Chan, you're only 1 year older than me." The flower-winged eagle landed. Phil looked here. It was a forest. This was very far from the battlefield. Even the vitality was much better than before. But Phil raised his eyebrows and looked into the depths of the forest. He seemed to mind. "You noticed it too, Linger?" Phil nodded and said, "But I'm not very sure. One person is behind that tree, about 40 meters away from us. The second person is in that row of weeds. As for the last person, he's on a tree branch. But it looks like that tree is about to break." Crack. As soon as he said that, there was the sound of a tree branch breaking not far away. Then, there was a scream. Chapter 362. Ouch. My butt. Second brother, are you okay? Second brother, you can't die. Wow, Sister Chan, you're so powerful. Ha ha ha, those people are so funny. Phil couldn't help but laugh when he saw what Erin said was true. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? The person sitting on the ground patted his butt and stood up, glaring at Erin and Phil. "Sister Chan, who are they?" Phil asked. Erin said, "Maybe bandits or something. I'm not sure. They're just a few ants." As soon as she said that, the 3 people had already stood up. "Hey, you two are really unlucky to have met us." "Bullshit. Second brother, don't talk nonsense. We only rob, we don't kill. Boss, do we rape?" "Rape? Of course not." The boss looked carefully at Erin and Phil. His eyes widened and he laughed lewdly. "Of course I don't mind." The boss looked at Erin and Phil as if they were idiots and couldn't help but feel proud. He laughed wildly and said, "Wahahaha. How is it? Are you scared? Second brother, third brother, tell us our names." "Hee hee, we're the 3 heads of the wilderness forest. I'm German. I'm Ni Wade. I'm Morodo. We're called Ni Ma." "Sister Chan, they're scolding us." Phil was unhappy. "Fuck you. Who gave you the guts to spout such nonsense? Then kill them." Phil nodded. He crossed his hands and instantly transformed them into 2 extremely sharp claws. Erin saw this and couldn't help but praise, "Linger, you're getting more and more familiar with the transformation of the wind blades." When the 3 heads of the wilderness forest saw this, it was as if they heard the biggest joke in the world. "Ha ha ha, boss, did you hear that? These 2 beauties actually want to kill us? Ha ha ha, Morodo, go and meet this little beauty." Hee hee hee. Morodo heard this and laughed lewdly while rubbing his hands together. It was extremely wretched. Phil sighed speechlessly. He tilted his right claw blade, accumulated some strength, and waved it. With a swoosh, a wind blade sliced through Morodo's body like lightning. Morodo continued to walk forward with a lewd smile. As he walked, the top half of his body fell to the ground. Phil did not give the other 2 any chance to react. His figure was like a ghost as he appeared in front of the 2 in an instant. With a wave of his claws, he cut off their heads. After dealing with the 3 of them, Phelps and Irene went to the depths of the forest and found that there was a different world here. There was a house with a lot of treasures, food, all kinds of pine cones, dry rations, and many skulls, skeletons, animal corpses, and human corpses. Even though Phil had followed Erin for so long, he still felt nauseous when he saw these things. Sister Chan, they're so disgusting. Phil looked at these in disgust, afraid that he would step on something. These people are actually no different from those commoners. They're just a little stupid, Irene said. Then, she sprinkled medicinal powder on these corpses. In just a moment, these corpses turned into thick smoke. It was already late, so Irene and Phil decided to stay here for the night. The next day, the two of them set off on their journey again. With the help of the flower-winged eagle, the two of them quickly reached the Tang dynasty's territory. Here, Phil had to face an unprecedented prosperity, and the first thing Phil had to face was the first capital of the Tang dynasty, the first school in Chang'an. Before Irene left, she looked at Phil and said, "I'll send you here. You'll have to complete the rest of the journey by yourself." Phil grabbed Irene's hand and said, "Sister Chan, I'll miss you. When I'm free, I'll definitely go and see you." Irene smiled. "There's no need to say anything else. Remember to work hard here. You have to remember that you're my disciple. You can't embarrass me." I know." Phil watched Irene leave, the sadness of parting rippling with the wind. "I'm really looking forward to living alone in Chang'an." At the Donna Plain, the Great Wall Army had just had a short battle with the Burbika soldiers. Due to Townsend's power, the Burbika's magic cannon missed its target. Everyone was almost unharmed. The Burbika soldiers were shocked by Townsend's power. They deeply understood that if there was no one on their side who could compete with Townsend, no matter how many soldiers they had, they would only be able to make up the numbers. On the Great Wall Army's side, under the leadership of Townsend, they chased after the enemy. Looking at the Great Wall Army's army in the distance, which was like bees that had pierced through a beehive, the Burbika general roared, "All troops, fight." Once again, the magic cannon was ignited. Before the shell could be fired, it was sent flying into the sky by Townsend's fierce attack. Hundreds of Burbika soldiers died again. This move was really domineering. The range was large, the damage was high, and the release speed was so fast. It could be said that this battlefield was dominated by Townsend. The weakness of the magic cannon was also revealed. It could only attack from afar, and the firing speed was very slow. It was useless against enemies who were close to them. At this time, a large number of Great Wall Army soldiers had rushed to the front of Burbika and entered the range of the magic cannon. Under Townsend's order, the Great Wall Army soldiers, who had already set up several layers of defense nets around them, began to fiercely block the Burbika soldiers. All the soldiers knew that they could not let the enemy get close to them and become entangled with them. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for them. For a moment, the arrows were like flying locusts, raining down on the Burbika soldiers who were rushing to the distance. The Burbika soldiers could only raise their shields high and bend down. Fortunately, the road was rugged because of Townsend, so the Burbika soldiers could not spread out their formation. Many soldiers charged upward under the order of the general, but they were inevitably crowded together and became the target of the Great Wall Army's arrows. In a moment, the mountain road was covered with blood and corpses. In the first charge, the Burbika soldiers left nearly 1,000 corpses behind and retreated to the foot of the mountain where the rain of arrows could not reach. They were waiting for the arrival of reinforcements, but because a large area was blocked by the magic cannon, the reinforcements were very slow. The commanders at all levels were so anxious that they stomped their feet and cursed. The Great Wall Army's soldiers, who were chasing after the Burbika soldiers, were very happy. The commanders at all levels were busy checking the casualties and adjusting the deployment of defense. Chapter 363. On the other side, the people of the Orc Alliance had started a meeting. In the Orc camp, Leah was scolded by the Lion King Arthur. He asked her to lead the remaining 70,000 leopard soldiers to retreat to the back. The dejected Leah left the tent and ran into Grey Shell, the general of the wolf tribe who had always been at odds with her. Grey Shell mocked her again. Leah said angrily, "That woman is indeed very powerful. You'll be the same if you go. Grey Shell curled his lips and sneered, will I be the same as a female leopard? Why don't you go and try? Leah sneered. Don't talk big here. Didn't you say that the wolf tribe's night battle is very powerful? Hearing Leah's words, Grey Shell immediately replied, that's great. I've been ordered to ambush the Great Wall's guards. Watch me capture that woman and show her to you. After saying that, Grey Shell left in a huff. Leah, who couldn't help but sneer, cursed in her heart, damn bastard. He better be killed by the Great Wall Army. Grey Shell led his 80,000 elite wolf tribe soldiers and sneaked to the Great Wall Army's camp under the cover of the night. Grey Shell was overjoyed when he saw the silent camp. But when he rushed into the camp, a gong sounded and the surroundings were set on fire. The Great Wall Army had surrounded them. The valiant Hua Mulan walked out of the flames and scolded, I knew that you would use this trick. Why don't you just surrender now? Otherwise, we'll kill you. The Great Wall Army shouted and their battle cries shook the sky. The ferocious Grey Shell shouted, charge! The wolf soldiers, who had been eager to give it a try, rushed forward. Hua Mulan waved her hand and the wolf tribe soldiers were engulfed in flames. It turned out that she had ordered people to set up a trap and was waiting for the orcs to fall into it. To the orcs, fire was the most terrifying thing. The fire burned the wolf tribe soldiers and caused them to flee in all directions. After being attacked by the Great Wall Army from behind, Grey Shell could only lead the burned wolf tribe soldiers and flee in a sorry state. He no longer had the glory and ambition he had when he came. The Great Wall Army only stopped chasing after the lion tribe soldiers who came to help them halfway. Leah could no longer laugh when she saw the wolf soldiers that were charred black by the smoke and fire. Arthur consoled Grey Scallop and blamed himself. This king never expected Hua Mulan to be so powerful. This king made a mistake. Don't take it to heart, General. After pausing for a while, Arthur said, however, Hua Mulan's days are numbered. Once those things are transported over, we will be able to wipe out the enemy. Everyone's eyes lit up. Leah asked, Your Majesty, has that thing been developed? Arthur nodded and said, yes, it has just been completed. It will arrive in the next 2 days. Everyone cheered excitedly. Grey Shell bit his claws and said, when I catch that bitch, I'll definitely kill her. The wolf soldiers nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. This is the only way to resolve the hatred in my heart. Grey Shell left the tent unhappily. The remaining few lecherous fellows began to discuss how to deal with Hua Mulan if they managed to capture her. Townsend's side had a great victory. The Great Wall Army drove away the captives of the Babika soldiers and seized the spoils of war. The spoils of war included a large amount of food, weapons, and 10 boxes of magic cannon shells. After interrogation, they found out that they originally had 6 magic cannons to send to the Orc Alliance's Lionheart King Arthur. Unexpectedly, they were ambushed halfway and 2 of the magic cannons were destroyed. As for the remaining 4 cannons, 2 more were destroyed by Townsend's 2 shocks. So, you didn't see a man with a long-handled gun? Townsend's face was gloomy as he interrogated the Babika commander in front of him. Renault said, Bailey Shoyue will be fine. He's very powerful. Townsend nodded and said, Shoyue is very strong. He will definitely be alive. It had been a week since they arrived in Chang'an. Erin was full of admiration for this bustling city. If the capital was considered a big city on Earth, then compared to Chang'an, the capital was just a grain of rice on a plate. There were Earth Dragon chariots coming and going here. The chariots were pulled by powerful Earth Dragons, which were fast and stable. Earth Dragons were docile creatures. Although they looked ferocious, once they were tamed, they were very obedient. It's so big. Erin was sitting in an Earth Dragon carriage. She couldn't take her eyes off the people walking around her and the rows upon rows of buildings. Miss, judging from your situation, it should be your first time in Chang'an, haha. Irene nodded. The person in charge of the Earth Dragon chariot sat in the front and said, then take a good look. To be honest, I've been driving for so many years, but I haven't seen the whole picture of Chang'an. Irene asked curiously, why? Is it because it's too big? The driver laughed and said, That's just one of the reasons. Another reason is that Chang'an is divided into North City and South City. We only live in North City. It can be said that North City is where the residents of Chang'an live. Most of the residents and dignitaries live in North City. Irene curiously asked, "What's South City for?" At this time, the driver showed a trace of yearning on his face and said, "South City, there's the whole Tang Kingdom. No, the whole King's realm is famous for its #1 school. Chang'an's #1 school. So it's like this." The driver looked very disappointed and said, "Unfortunately, only those who have awakened their innate skills are qualified to study there. If they haven't awakened their innate skills, then no matter how much money they have, they can't get in." Irene was silent. She had heard Leah mention the existence of this school. If one was lucky enough to study here, then after a few years of study, almost every one of them would be a famous big shot. This school was very strange. Every year, only 1,000 students would be enrolled. This number sounded a lot, but the scope of enrollment was expanded in the whole King's realm. There were more than 1 billion people in King's realm. Every 10,000 people had the opportunity to awaken their innate skills. In a year, only a few 100,000 people could awaken their innate skills. These people had to consider that the journey was long and tiring. Most of them were foreigners. If they wanted to come to the Tang Kingdom, they had to go through a long journey. During this journey, no one could guarantee what would happen. They would meet little demons, demon beasts, armies in war, strange environments, or get lost in the domain of demons. 9 out of 10 chances of survival. This also led to many people, even if they awakened their innate skills, not daring to embark on the journey to the Tang Kingdom. The risk involved was not something that an ordinary person could complete alone. Chapter 364. Erin did not feel any danger along the way as she had Leah, the Valley Master of Flower Burial Valley, to send her and the flower-winged eagle in the valley. Who else lives in South City other than the academy? It can't be that there's only one academy in such a big city, right? Hearing Erin's question, the coachman smiled and said, "Young lady, you're right. Other than the academy, there's really nothing else in South City." Erin was shocked and asked, "No way, then, isn't this academy too big?" The coachman nodded and said, "It's very big, but it's not that big. No matter how big the academy is, it can't be bigger than the city. The land outside the academy is the mainland of South City. Outside the academy, there are all kinds of mountains, hills, rivers, forests, and many caves, cliffs and so on. These are the main landforms of South City. However, all of these things belong to the academy. I heard from others that the students in the academy spend half a year studying theoretical knowledge in the academy and the other half of the year training outside the academy. Young lady, you're really capable. To be able to study there, once you come out, you'll definitely be a big shot." When the coachman said this, his face was full of yearning. Erin did not say more, but she was a little emotional. It seemed that the path to study in this world was much more difficult than the college entrance examination on Earth. And she was fortunate enough to awaken a talent skill a few days ago. However, this talent skill of hers was very unique. Even Leah had not heard of it before. Perhaps there were teachers in the academy who could answer her questions. "Young lady, further ahead is the land of South City. I'm just a coachman and I'm not qualified to go there." The coachman stopped the carriage and said to Erin, "Let's stop here." Erin alighted and looked around. The place was still bustling, but there were much fewer people. The shops and tea houses were also deserted. "Young lady, please accept my magic card. My name is Lin San. If you need to go out in the future, just use my magic card to summon me. I'll be there in a while." Looking at Lin San's eagerness, Irene smiled and took the magic card from him. "This trip is free of charge. Just take it as me taking advantage of Miss. When Miss becomes famous in the future, don't forget that it was Lin San, the coachman, who sent Miss here." Haha. Watching Lin San drive the Earth Dragon chariot further and further away, Irene pursed her lips and smiled. She looked at the sky and murmured to herself, "It seems that a fascinating life is about to begin." Irene stayed at a tea house near the southern border of the city. Because the Academy's enrollment day had yet to arrive, all unrelated personnel were not allowed to enter the southern part of the city. Erin's daily life was rather leisurely. Apart from diligently practicing the skills and magic that Leah had taught her, she spent the rest of her time chatting with Reynolds while lying in bed. Over the past few days, he had learned through chatting with Reynolds that Reynolds had come to the Great Wall Army's camp, which was Hua Mulan's territory. Irene was so angry that she wanted to drag Reynolds out of the screen and give him a good beating. Leah and I just left, and now you, Reynolds, are here? Such an unfortunate thing made Erin very unhappy. However, to Erin's relief, Reynolds was still alive. As long as he was alive, there would be hope and endless possibilities. There would be a way to return to the original world. The mainland was really in a state of war. Except for a few powerful dynasties, such as the Qin state, the Tang Empire, and the faraway Sanctuary, the rest of the countries had started an all-out war. They had even brought out things like magic cannons. Through the chat with Reynolds, Irene deeply understood the terror of magic cannons. The threat level was equivalent to weapons like nuclear bombs on Earth. Irene asked Reynolds about his next plans, and Reynolds said that he also wanted to study at the top academy in Chang'an. His current plan was to follow Hua Mulan's Great Wall Army and experience some things to hone his mind. Irene did not say much and only asked him to take care. As long as he was alive, it was fine. On this day, Irene walked out of the tea house and headed for the southern border not far away. There were still 3 days before the enrollment day of the Chang'an Academy. Irene felt a little excited for no reason. Studying in the alternate world was really exciting. There was a tall city wall at the border. It was pitch black and thick, and there were many guards guarding it. The city gate was tightly shut. It seemed that no one was allowed to enter before the enrollment day. Irene sat on a big rock and took out her phone. Warm wine burning eyebrows mountain. Reynolds, what are you doing? Are you still sleeping? Warm wine burning eyebrows mountain was Irene's WeChat nickname. She did not know why she could still use her phone in this world. However, other than sending messages to Reynolds, she could not use her phone for anything else. She could not surf the internet, play games, or send pictures. She could only send messages to Reynolds, and only to Reynolds. Irene also tried to send messages to other people, but they were all red exclamation marks and could not be sent. After a while, Reynolds sent a message. Shui Yu Ling, I just woke up. I followed the army led by General Su Lai to rescue Bailey Shoyue, but he was not saved. Shui Yu Ling, I am so nervous. This kind of war, but it is so exciting. Irene, you said you killed someone. I feel like I've also killed a lot of people. Oh my God, killing people is too unbearable. It's my first time killing someone. No, strictly speaking, it can't be considered killing someone. I killed a beastman. I directly vomited, almost throwing up my stomach. Shui Yu Ling was naturally Reynolds's WeChat nickname. It seemed that Reynolds was very free. The war was temporarily over. Erin's lips curled into a smile as she typed quickly. Warm wine burning eyebrows mountain. Killing people is definitely uncomfortable at first. The first person I killed was Sister Chan, who asked me to kill. The feeling of a dagger piercing through a person's body was really uncomfortable at first. It was as if I was so disgusted that I could not eat for a few days. However, it naturally became a habit later. Sister Chan is an assassin and has killed countless people. I feel. My heart has become numb while I've been with Sister Chan. I feel. If I return to Earth, I might not be able to fit in there anymore. Shui Yu Ling, haha. Let's not talk about these fighting and killing. How have you been recently? How is Chang'an? Are you used to it? Warm wine burning eyebrows mountain, it is okay, but this place is really unimaginably big. My home on Earth was the imperial capital. I feel that the imperial capital pales in comparison to Chang'an. It is really too big. Have you enrolled? Chang'an Academy, I will go there for a while. No, if I can survive, I will go there to find you. Chapter 365. Recently, She had been eating a kind of soup dumpling, which was bigger than her face. It was steamed in a steamer and served steaming hot. She couldn't eat it directly. She had to use a wooden straw to poke the dumpling and suck the gravy out of it slowly. Ah, ah, ah. Thinking about it, she almost drooled. It was indeed Chang and City. Even the dumplings were so delicious. Erin made up her mind to eat soup dumplings with a small pot of bustling. Bustling was also very delicious. The cold taste was delicate and sweet, which was similar to the taste of matcha on Earth. Just as Erin was about to jump down from the stone, an Earth Dragon carriage came next to her. It was a good-looking teenager who came down from the carriage. He looked about 18 or 19 years old. He should also be here to study. Erin thought to herself. The teenager got down from the carriage and looked at the empty place. He looked at the thick city wall and the closed gate not far away. He was at a loss. Erin didn't look at him anymore. She turned around and left. At this time, a voice came. Miss, may I ask, Miss, please wait a moment. Can I ask you a question? Erin frowned and turned around. She saw the teenager coming to her and said, What's the matter? The young man ran over. His clothes were ordinary, but they were very clean. He had an embarrassed smile on his face, revealing his white teeth. When he saw Erin's appearance, he was stunned. He didn't expect the girl in front of him to be so beautiful. Excuse me, are you a new student of Chang'an Academy? Erin nodded. Seeing Erin nod, the teenager was overjoyed. He said, Great. My name is Townsend. I'm from Chin State. I came here after a long journey. I don't know if the enrollment is over now. Miss, do you know when the school will enroll students? Erin said, about 3 days later. Townsend nodded and said, I see, that's great. I was worried that I'd be late. Seeing that he was also a student of Chang'an Academy, Erin let down her guard. She said, If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. With that, Erin turned to leave. She could feel that Townsend was looking at her back. She was born beautiful, and after living with Leia for a long time, her originally beautiful face had an additional charming and cold temperament, making her look very cold. Was she captivated by him? Irene was secretly amused. She had plenty of suitors back on Earth, although none of them caught her eye. When they were about to reach the tea house, Irene heard footsteps behind her. He turned around and found it was Townsend. Why are you following me? Erin asked unhappily. Townsend blushed so much that even his neck was red. He looked like he was in a dilemma. Clenching his teeth, Townsend finally said, Miss, my belongings were stolen on the way. Can you lend me some money before the birthday? Poof. Irene almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Raymond, Reynolds. Calling Reynolds. Raymond, Reynolds, are you asleep again? Calling Reynolds. Great summoning. Summon Reynolds. Raymond, Humph, ignoring me? Anya. What's wrong, Linger? You bombarded me with messages before I could react. I'm going back to the Great Wall Army's camp with Su Lai. Raymond, let me tell you, I met a student who came here to study like me. His name is Townsend, and he looks quite handsome. He's similar to Cai Kunken in our world. Anya. What happened next? Raymond, that's not the point. The point is that his money was stolen, and he came to borrow money from me just now. Anya, So you lent it to him? Raymond, hey, Reynolds, do you know how much money Sister Chan left for me? Anya, how much? It should be a lot. After all, Leia is so rich. Raymond, that's right. It's really a lot. I was stunned when I used the magic card to pay the bill. There are a total of 1,000 gold coins in it. I feel dizzy. Anya, aren't you rich back on Earth? Why are you so weak here? Raymond, hey, the situation is different. On Earth, it's just paper money. Here, it's real gold. I feel so happy just looking at it. Anya, what are you guys eating? What are you doing now? Where's Townsend? You're just playing with your phone in front of him? Raymond, no. Townsend went to order food. I'm sitting alone in the tea house. I'm going offline. He's back. I'll talk to you later. Bye bye Tilda Anya. Bye bye QAQ Raymond. Ha ha ha, get lost. Miss, the food will be here soon. Thank you so much. Townsend walked over and sat opposite Erin. His face was full of gratitude. Erin had already put away her phone. She looked at Townsend and smiled faintly. It's nothing. We're all students of Chang'an Academy. Townsend asked curiously, Miss, can you tell me your name? Erin hesitated and said, Erin. Townsend praised, good name. Miss Erin, you're so beautiful. You really live up to your name. Erin picked up the teacup and took a sip. She didn't say anything. At this time, the uncle of the tea house came to deliver the food. The uncle's name was Rua. He had been running this tea house for 20 years. Miss, today's soup dumplings have a new filling. Have a taste. Rua smiled honestly and put 2 big steamers of soup dumplings on the table. Then he took out 2 side dishes and a big pot of boiling from the tray. Thank you, Uncle Rua. Erin happily took the soup dumpling to the front. She stuck the straw into the dumpling and sucked with satisfaction. It's so hot. Erin sucked quickly and screamed because of the heat. Townsend looked at Erin's cute face. He stuck the straw into the dumpling and asked while sucking, why do you need a straw to suck the dumpling? It's so delicious. Townsend was pleasantly surprised when he got the juices of the meat. He began to slurp them up. It's so delicious. Erin found that Townsend also liked the soup dumplings. She began to like it and said, it's delicious, isn't it? Soup dumplings need to be sucked, or they'll lose their essence. Townsend nodded. After sucking the soup, he ate the big dumpling. The dumpling, which was bigger than his face, was eaten up by Townsend in 6 mouthfuls. Erin looked at Townsend and smiled. How long has it been since you last had a meal? Townsend was a little embarrassed and said, I don't mind if you laugh at me, but it took me a whole week to get here from the Qin Kingdom. Because I was afraid that I would miss the birthday, I didn't eat a single meal during this period. I only ate some wild fruits to fill my stomach. Then when I was about to come here to eat, my money was stolen. Chapter 366. Raymond, don't spout nonsense like that. You'll definitely survive. But I felt a burst of nervousness for no reason. Studying in another world or something like that. There are only 3 days left before the enrollment. I am totally confused. Anya, rub my head. Your master is Leah, and you are so talented. Most importantly, you are very good looking. You will definitely become the most beautiful girl in the school. Raymond, ha ha ha. Most beautiful girl in the school? Reynolds, you are so unsophisticated. Anya, let's not talk about it. I feel so smelly and itchy these days. Maybe it is because I didn't have time to take a bath when I followed them to war. Raymond, go away, go away. Stinky Reynolds. Anya, don't do this to me. Raymond, I'll kill one monster with one punch. Erin didn't see any more replies from Reynolds, so she put the phone away. The phone was a strong evidence that she was an earthling. In other words, it was her spiritual support. She had to protect it well and not show it to others. Looking at the sky, it should be past breakfast time. The breakfast here was simply too delicious. Okay, Erin said. Then you can stay in this tea house for the next few days. The owner is very nice. Townsend was very grateful. He was so grateful to Erin that he almost knelt down to her. After the meal, the two of them walked around the area and found that there was nothing interesting about this place. Probably because this was the border between the South City and the North City, there were not many people. The North City is so prosperous. I was in a hurry and forgot to appreciate the scenery here. Townsend said. Erin nodded. Yes, there are many things in the North City. Townsend smiled and said to Erin, I hope we can be in the same class after the enrollment. Erin didn't say anything. While Townsend was talking to himself, a large group of people came from the North City. What's going on? Erin was also interested, so she went to see with Townsend. Then they saw 20 luxurious earth dragon carriages. All the carriages were made of gold. The earth dragons were also covered with gorgeous armor. It seems that they are from the Murong family in Xianyang city of the Qin state. Townsend frowned. He didn't seem to like the Murong family. Erin's heart skipped a beat. People from the Murong family? Could it be that they were here to kill him? However, that shouldn't be the case. He was already thousands of miles away from the Qin kingdom. Moreover, he was in the Tang dynasty. How could the people of the Qin kingdom dare to be presumptuous? At this moment, a young man clad in armor emerged from the earth dragon chariot in the middle. His black hair was tied into a ponytail, and he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was very handsome. It's the eldest son of the Murong family, Murong Qing. Townsend asked, has he also awakened a talent skill? Irene asked curiously, what's wrong? Don't innate skills awaken when you like them? Townsend shook his head and said, no, the awakening of talents depends on one's luck. Some people awaken their talents when they are born, while others awaken their talents when they are about to die. I wonder what kind of skills this Murong Qing has awakened. It better not be the common flash and berserk. Townsend asked Erin, Miss Erin, if you don't mind me asking, what skill did you awaken? I only awakened this skill a year ago. Was this the end? In the game, when the enemy's HP was low, the effect of this skill would be better. Erin hesitated for a moment and said, the skill I awakened is Devour. Devour? Townsend's eyes widened with a puzzled expression. Yes, Devour. Do you know what it is? Townsend nodded blankly and said, I think. I have never heard of this skill, Erin sighed. Sure enough, this skill was too rare. She could only rely on the teachers of the academy. Reynolds woke up from his sleep. Listening to the training of the guards of the Great Wall outside, he could not help but feel a little emotional. His state of mind seemed to have undergone a great change unconsciously. He would not be flustered because of a sudden situation. He would not be frightened to the point that he could not walk because of imminent danger. He would not feel entangled in his heart for a long time because he had killed someone and could not calm down for a long time. Are you awake? The tent was opened, and Su Lai walked in. He grinned and said, Reynolds, General Lucy wants to see you. Pack up and go quickly. Lucy wants to see me. Reynolds put on his clothes and washed his face simply. Then, he followed Su Lai out of the tent. The weather outside the tent was very good. Most of the soldiers were training neatly, and Bailey Schwanzer was the chief commander of these people. Bailey Schwanzer watched the soldiers train with his hands behind his back. When he saw Su Lai and Reynolds pass by, he smiled and greeted Su Lai. Good morning, brother Su Lai. Su Lai also smiled and waved his hand. He said, good morning to you too. Your brother sent me a message last night. He is fine. He is on a mission and will be back later. Bailey Schwanzer nodded, and the worry on his face disappeared. Reynolds watched all this. Behind him, Schwanzer was supervising the soldiers. In front of the tall Great Wall fortress, Kai was sitting on the top, drinking wine and looking around. What is Kai doing? Reynolds asked. Su Lai revealed a rare smile and said, haha, that guy Kai, he should be troubled by love again. Troubled by love. Reynolds understood instantly. In the game, Kai liked Lucy, but Mulan was already taken. Does Kai have a sister? Reynolds asked. Su Lai frowned and said, sister? I don't know about this. Kai has never mentioned it. As the two of them talked, they arrived at Lucy's tent. Walking into the tent, Lucy was writing something with a brush. Seeing Su Lai walk out, only Reynolds and Lucy were left in the tent. Reynolds felt a little strange. Seeing Lucy writing with a brush, Reynolds couldn't help but take a few glances at her. He found that she was writing a poem. It was a poem written by Li Bai. Killing a man in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. What a delightful poem. Reynolds also liked this poem on Earth. It seemed that Li Bai also existed in this world. As if feeling Reynolds's gaze, Lucy didn't raise her head and asked, you know poetry too? Reynolds said modestly, I know a little, but I am not as good as General Mullen." Hearing this, Lucy laughed and said, "Don't say these useless things. Su Lai said that you are an ordinary person who just awakened a talent a few days ago." Reynolds nodded and said, "General Su Lai and General Mullen are right. I am an ordinary person who awakened a talent a while ago. I wanted to go to the top university in Chang'an to study, but I was attacked by demons on the way and almost died. Fortunately, I was saved by Brother Bailey Shoyue. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.